Tell me your story.
I was this close to dying from a brain abscess that was misdiagnosed.
Good to know people care, though.
For a lot of people, the MRIs are clear.
You said you had a lot to tell.
Oh, yeah.
Someone said,
I thought it was normal to have like seizures by yourself all the time.
You definitely will feel guilt a lot.
I so appreciate you putting this together.
thank you. At your age, what are you actually concerned about? And like I said, with my age, I'm getting older and I'm seeing that my mom is taking less care of herself than I'm doing of mine. And we've not lived with each other for 10 years and it is not on the path it should be going. She's gotten diabetes within these last 10 years. And yeah. And now that I live here, I see why. I'm concerned about not having my mother 15 years down the line. I feel fairly young at this point, so yeah, I would like her to be there in my 50s. Mark, what are you concerned about with your age?
I'm sorry, what?
Nothing. I said, the icebreaker was, what are you concerned about at your age? Andrea, do you have an answer?
Getting my shit together right now. This has been one hell of a bad year. So right now I'm just trying to get my life back in order, just in general. And like I was telling them, I've got the EMU next week. So it's like last minute crisis trying to get all that together.
Yeah, that's what mine is like. I think I worry about other people more than I worry about myself. And um, I can't help it. And now I'm at a point to where I have to worry about my mother's health. So still not worried about myself. Yeah, but she needs to be healthy. And I can't take diabetes away, but I can help her manage it. So changing my diet is making her change her diet because I'm not going to eat what she used to eat. So it's small steps. There's a lot of times that either she's going to start cooking at 10 o'clock and then it's something that I'm not going to eat. But she never cooks for one, and there's only two of us here. So there's leftovers for days at times.
It's
At
hard to
times,
cook for one.
yeah, it's harder to cook for two. Yeah, because she's always like, I made more in case you want more. And on days where I'm not hungry and I have that urge to stay away from food, yeah,
You still need to
yeah,
eat.
yeah. I'm more of a 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. ish eater. Um, I had a probiotic for breakfast and a brownie. So what I went to get was another brownie. So then I could say I had two brownies. And that's something, you know?
My uncle, my mom's sister's spouse won't eat all day until like the evening time.
Likewise.
Brownies are not a good breakfast, Pookie.
If they say good on the box, right? It
My
said
mom made
something about chocolate and heart health on the box. And I was like, oh, I do stuff like that. Oh, I could deal with that. It helps my heart. It's probably not helping my weight or anything.
It's probably not helping your mom's diabetes either.
I was gonna say my mom made brownies last night.
My mom made brownies a few nights ago. This brownie is delicious. And it's supposed to be good
That's
for heart
You're
health.
eating a brownie?
Yeah.
Yum.
What kind of brownie?
It's something heart health. It's like double dark chocolate or something. It's really good. And Andrea said it's not good. It says good for heart health, but it's not good for epilepsy. I mean, for my health, weight wise, and then my mom's health. I agree, it is not good for her health. But when I seen it, I usually don't get sweet stuff, but it said something healthy, and I was like, let's grab that. I can say one thing is good about it. I don't know how that helps me, but yeah. I'm working on it, Andrea. Like I said, baby steps.
But is it a fun brownie or is it just like
It's kind of a big slice. I don't know if you can see this. It's a regular brownie. I mean, it was bigger than that, but it broke in half when I was picking it up. So,
No, mom made milk chocolate. What's yours?
mm, there we go. Yeah, yeah, it's really chocolatey. Um, I don't know what chocolate has good to do with your health, but I didn't look it up either. So, got anything about chocolate and health, Mark?
not at the moment? I've got a cat here.
All right. Kylie, is there anything that you're worried about with your health at this age?
No.
Okay, I got something here. Has anybody ever wondered if you are the in quote real you? So I have been on medication since I was 6. Today I am closer to 40, and my medication is not just an EP medication. It is also a mood stabilizer. Now, as far as I'm aware, I am not bipolar. In comparison to other people, I have always very reserved, not showing much emotion, sad nor happy. So I wonder sometimes if it wasn't on my medication, would I be more colorful person? Is this my real personality? I don't know since I can't go off of the medication. Is this really me? Um,
That's it.
no, I think it's the medication. You might be a more bubbly person if the medication wasn't being taken. I've heard people say they were much different before the medication. So that's all I'm going off of. Mark, may I ask what that is? Do you have? Looks very interesting.
Combing his mustache.
That's what I was thinking, and I need one of those. Yeah, I was looking on what's it called? Amazon. That's where you got that one? Okay.
Is it a
Timestamp.
special like beard comb or just a comb?
Yeah, they were just combs, just a sandalwood comb set. I like the smell of sandalwood, so I figure if we're gonna,
Very,
might as well be good, right? But
very
it's
pretty.
thank you. Yeah. But the other two are wider tooth, which are really helpful for my particular hair nature. When I have more than just like an inch of it, it starts to pipe curl, and pipe curl like crazy. So in Florida with the humidity, that means just so detangling that the wide tooth comb is very helpful for that. So I got the 3-pack, but I think that they're still on Amazon actually, and I think that they sell them like individually. So I think you can get like the fine tooth comb, just the fine tooth comb. But yeah, I was actually surprised how much of a difference it makes to just have them. I was like, they're so short. Like, what can? But yeah, when they're all lined up, in agreement and stuff, it's so yeah.
Mm-mm.
All I ever use
Plus,
is
it's
a
better,
wide tooth comb.
huh?
All I can ever use is a wide tooth comb anymore.
Yeah.
If I try to use a hairbrush or anything, it just rips out all my hair.
Plus, the comb is kind of like a self stimming thing. It's nice for the you know relaxation, but I was
Yeah.
not
Yeah, I've been looking
intending
for a
to
good one.
put footage of myself stroking myself with the comb in
Hmm.
this YouTube section
Oh.
here. So that's why I had myself muted before. I'm just realizing now what I'm doing.
I didn't expect to do my
Thanks,
hair so much
Boogie.
on the I didn't expect to do my hair so much on the podcast either, but I tend to do it a lot too, so don't worry about it.
Well, as long as you don't talk about it, it doesn't get, you know, chopped into the footage. But here I am talking.
Toaster, icebreaker today is what's something that you're worried about at your age?
At
My thing
my
was my thing was my mom's health. She's not in the best health with her, and she's not taking care of it as much as she could. So that's what I'm worried about. I'm
I'm
always
worried
worried
about
about
my uncle, but
it.
life wise, I think it's more of I'm worried what Jeffrey's future is going to look like with the state of our country.
Planet.
Planet, yeah, that's a better.
Mm.
I'm more worried about Jeffrey's future than mine.
The first question was, I don't think anyone answered. Um, it says, "Has anyone ever wondered if they're real?" So I've been on medication since I was 6 today. I'm closer to 40, and my medication is not an EP medication. It also it is also a mood stabilizer. Now, as far as I'm aware, I'm not bipolar in any comparison to other people. I've always been very reserved, not showing much emotion, not sad nor happy. So I wonder sometimes if it wasn't on my medication, would I be more colorful of a person? Is this my real personality? Is this really me? I don't know since I go off of my medication. Um, yeah, I think I said that it's just a medication thing that might change your personality. And that's a big might. But I heard a lot of people say that they feel like they have changed. And yeah, Toaster's a bubbly person. I can't see her medication changing her.
Capra did.
Oh, well, I couldn't imagine that. Like I said,
I don't I don't like not being happy. So why bother? If that makes any sense.
I can't imagine you not happy.
I like being
That would be
happy.
depressing. Um,
I mean, by definition, right?
Yeah, I'm a happy toaster.
I couldn't imagine you not happy. You're saying you weren't happy with Kepra? Yeah,
2 years ago, I wasn't happy, but that was a totally different environment. That was
yeah.
before I found you guys.
I'm trying to imagine 10 years ago. Oh, that's when I first left home.
Well, not 10 years ago. I said two.
Oh,
Even 2 years ago, before I met you guys.
I could have started this decades ago. I mean, a decade ago. Would have been
Where
nice
were
if I had this
you?
earlier. But we're here now. That's what's great. Um,
Yes.
I wouldn't have been I wouldn't have been around 10 years ago. You know, I wasn't epileptic yet. I was just having panic disorder. And,
but you would be here today.
right,
That would be nice. You'd still be here today.
yeah,
If I started it back then, eventually you'd be here today. You know what I mean?
I don't know. After 10 years of podcasting, would you still have time for the little man like me? You know, just showing up like, hey, I have epilepsy too. Like, what?
We're open to anyone who's had epilepsy or seizures or raised a child with epilepsy. Yeah, so you're not the little man. You're part of the team now.
So Pookie, would I qualify because I had the 2 seizures in September?
Yeah, you're on the end of you have seizures. Um, that's
People with seizures and caretakers.
there we go. Um,
But we don't
there
have
was a
many
conversation for you
caretakers.
guys later on. Say
We
that again?
usually, though we don't usually have many caretakers come on, so we usually end up having special days for that
Yeah, I met
to get more caretakers
someone's
to come
mother.
on.
We got one. She was from London. She joined us. Her son had epilepsy, and I think he was 19. And that was her second oldest son. Yeah. So there's a post here. It says, "Damn, I'm lucky. I was just thinking, and I've realized that every time I've had a seizure, it's been around someone who knows exactly what to do. During my first and second TCs, the baritone player, I was in a band at the time, sitting right behind me, has a sister who had a seizure, and she saved my life both times. During my most recent, I was hanging out with my BF at the time, not even like 3 hours before I had coached him on what to do. Shout out impending sense of doom. Thank God I did because I had a seizure right next to him and he immediately jumped into action. I think a big reason behind this is because I'm a huge extrovert and love to surround myself with people. That said, I do realize how fortunate I am to have never been alone during a TC. Am I good or what? The question was, am I good? Oh, nice.
You are good, but do you know? Are you real?
Yes, I hope this is a real person.
Or is this discussing solipsism then?
Um, it says question, and the question is, am I good? I guess this person is saying because they brought people around every time they had seizures. That doesn't mean you're good because I've been hurt around people, several people. Um,
But it is safer,
yeah. Mm,
particularly if they know what to do.
mm,
I
I
would say
wouldn't
you're
say that.
fortunate.
I think my worst injuries, there were a lot of people there. So that's why I'm like, I think mine's where I got injured by myself. I was always found and sent to the hospital. So yeah.
My worst one, I broke my hand.
Mm.
Broke my face.
Ooh, really?
I face planted in the kitchen, hardwood floor.
Did you break something seriously?
Uh, 2 black eyes. I think I broke my nose. Yeah. And
Mm.
then like a couple months later, I broke the tooth off in my mouth.
Oh yeah, that is true. I have broken a couple teeth. I know Pookie has.
Hey, Kevin.
I was talking about that story with someone else about me falling in a hole and how I chipped my tooth. Um, Toaster, when I fell in the hole, I didn't chip my tooth when I fell in the hole. I was in the ambulance on the way to the hospital, and my lip was stuck in between my teeth. And when I pulled it out, the tip of the tooth chipped off. So I might not have lost a tooth if I may have waited for the doctor to take it out or something. But I think I did that. I don't think the hole did it in particular. I did wake up with the lip stuck in between my teeth, and it was very uncomfortable. So yeah, but yeah,
Mute.
that was around a lot of people, and it still happened. Um, yeah, I'm also thinking that maybe my biggest seizures are around people because maybe they're still big when I'm by myself, and I don't know. You ever think that? because I might have had some big ones alone, but they always seem like I'm okay. They always try to send me to the hospital, and then I'm arguing with the ambulance about how family can't tell me because I'm old enough and stuff like that. Yeah.
I've never been to the in an ambulance or to the hospital for one of my seizures, and I probably should have for a couple of them. And
Mm.
I've been alone for almost all of them.
The one where you face planted, you didn't go to the hospital?
No,
Wow. You're strong.
I called my boyfriend and I said, "Hey, I think I just had a seizure, but don't worry, I cleaned up all the blood." And he came racing home.
Nice. Yeah, no ambulance necessary.
I probably should have because I probably had a concussion.
I'm I'm usually not wanting to go to the hospital because I never think it's that bad, but then I always tell myself I didn't see it, so I don't know how bad it was. And usually I'm just not in as much pain afterwards, but they don't
I've
care. They're like, take them to the emergency room.
I've noticed it depends on who witnesses it, depends on how bad it is. If it's if it's my mom, I'll actually get degrees of, oh, that one wasn't so bad. It was only 50 seconds, something like that. My dad, that was the worst one I've ever seen every single time.
I'm sorry if I laugh, but I
It's
laugh at
okay.
everything.
I love my dad. I adore my father.
Yeah, I could imagine. My mom, she's not like that. She won't send me, but I think she's still just as scared as your dad. Um,
Yeah.
my sister, with her, it was like I don't think she was afraid of them, but she always found me somewhere, and then she'd just be like, "I'm calling the ambulance," and I never had an option living with my sister. I was going to the hospital, whether it was a small one or whatever the case. And then I have to sit there for hours for them to tell me, okay, you're okay. We just need to watch you for 4 hours. Hey, Kevin. How you
What's going
doing?
on? How's everyone doing?
Bye,
So far, so
I'm
Kevin.
good.
I'm good. It's getting a little warmer and still looks nice outside. Nice and uh you know,
Same here.
picturesque. Yeah.
Um, do you guys think like the forecast has anything to do with bad weather? I mean, with bad cable and stuff? It was like on
Yeah.
cloudy days, we had like really bad TV. Like there would be like a lot of times where it would just like freeze up and stuff. You know what I mean? It's hard to explain, but the cable is really bad when the weather is bad. Um, but
It can affect it.
now that the
Yeah.
weather's better, it's been really good. The Wi-Fi has been better. We're out in the desert, so just imagine.
Yes. The weather can affect signals. I can't explain the science of it, but I do know that there has to be a correlation because and it also depends on location. Because this, like here in Charlotte, well, it's fine except for when it's raining. Out on the coast, it was just intermittent because it was the boonies.
Is that
Have,
Charlotte, North Carolina?
yeah, that might have something to do with like power lines and the wind.
I got something
I
else.
have one here. Um, somebody here asked, have you ever had an incident that in hindsight was probably a seizure? Their first confirmed seizure was a tonic-clonic at age 37. In hindsight, they can think of two other previous incidents that probably were seizures. I said, I'll leave vocals aside as I realize now my dizzy spells were vocals. But when I was 13, I was biking in a kid's bike-a-thon. It was the first hot day of the year. I already get heat stroke easily. I was with a group of friends, but at one point I started to feel heat exhaustion-ish. I remember feeling super nauseous and got off my bike to find a quiet spot to throw up. I have had this weird fear of puking in front of people, that say in parentheses. I hid next to a tree, and that is the last I remember. I came back to reality right in the middle of arguing with a stranger trying to help. I specifically remember saying, "Let me puke in peace." A woman came up to check out the commotion. The man told her I found her face down and wasn't responding. I remember insisting I was perfectly fine and stumbled away. The woman followed me and I was super creeped. I somehow found my mom waiting near the finish line, and the woman caught up and told my mom that she thinks I fainted, probably from heat exhaustion, she says in quotes. So my mom took me home. Yes, we left my bike behind and never found it afterwards. Slept in bed for the rest of the weekend. We just figured heat exhaustion. Then the other one that stands out was postpartum. My daughter was about 4 months old. Damn, postpartum is a bitch. No sleep, constant worry, tiny human attached to your boob at all time. Hormones are weird, or wild. Probably weird too. Anyway, baby girl had been up crying what seems like all night. We have this big cozy chair in her room that I could curl up on while feeding her. Thank goodness I had a breastfeeding pillow to keep her safe because I must have dozed off. When I woke up, I felt super weird, so I quickly laid in her crib. Laid her in her crib. Okay. And that's the last I remember. I slowly came back to her crying again. I was laying on my back in her room. Thank goodness we replaced her carpet and my husband installed this cozy, soft, extra cushiony one. I wanted so bad to get up and comfort her, but I couldn't move. In hindsight, probably for the best. When my husband came in because of all the crying, he saw me there and helped me to the chair, and I said, "I'm so exhausted, I must have fallen asleep." He ordered me to go to bed, and I remember getting to bed and kept hearing a baby crying and a dog barking. I went to check on them and they were both asleep, but the crying and barking continued. I went outside and it completely stopped. Don't remember coming back into the house nor falling asleep on the couch, but that's where I woke up in the morning. I was diagnosed 5 years later after a TC. After a TC I had alone with my daughter, and I just can't help but wonder if those were seizure related. So what do we think about those?
Very well
Seizure
could be.
seizure related? No? Yeah. Yes, says Andrea. How about you, Pookie?
Um, you're asking, the question was uh anything in hindsight that I thought was a seizure?
Well, yes, I guess I'm asking twofold. Do those incidents that were described there sound like they could be seizures? And then the title of the post and the main question, I guess, is have you ever had an incident in hindsight or an incident that in hindsight was probably a seizure? So,
Okay. Since I don't have my laptop, I found that I did remember what I was going to say because I kept circling up on it because I was either going to forget. And yeah, then when I started talking to you, I had it all there until I started talking to you and telling you about it. Um, but the thing in hindsight that I thought now could be a seizure, which I didn't find out to within the past maybe year or so when I found out what different types of seizures are. The first time I walked in someone's house, I didn't think it was a seizure because I actually had the tonic-clonic outside once my family got there. So we were just confused for the time being of why am I walking into someone's house, and they were like, maybe you were confused or lost or something. We brushed it
So
off as that. But in
the
hindsight,
timing there, the timeline, did you have, you walked into someone's house and then afterwards, after you had walked out, you had the TC outside with
um,
family around? Or was the
no.
TC
So
before walking in?
I left my aunt's house, where I was staying like 3 houses down from a rehab, and the store was at the corner. So the rehab would have been in between the store. So I don't know if I actually went to the store and stopped at the rehab on the way back, or got lost on my way there and stopped at the rehab. But when I was coming to, uh, I was being walked out of the yard by the police, and no, it was the ambulance actually. And they wanted me to get in the ambulance. I mean, the paramedics wanted me to get in the ambulance. I was trying not to. So me in the post-ictal state, they thought I was not in that post-ictal state. Then when I fell and had the tonic-clonic, that's when someone who knew my family down the street went and got them, luckily. Um, but that's the information that I was given. That's not what I seen or remember. Well, of course, you know that.
Now that we know that you have focals, it's quite likely that you had a focal, wandered
Right,
off,
right.
and then
So
it progressed.
yeah, I didn't put all the wandering off things like into a category until I start doing this and meeting people who were telling me, well, that was a seizure. So in hindsight, that was my seizure wandering in early times. The early days, I was doing a lot of wandering into people's homes because I was alone a lot, and I was everywhere I was going, I was alone. And yeah, I wasn't worried about my health 10 to 15 years ago. Yeah, you guys never wander off? No wandering lately? You never, like, no one ever
No
told you
wandering.
any stories where you went to another room or something?
I wander, but I'm usually caught and put where I'm supposed to be.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I left home for 10 years, so I did a lot of wandering away from home. And
Uh,
still, when I got back with my mother and lived here, I still was on the podcast and I turned it off and wandered around the house and had a seizure. So I still do wandering because I don't remember leaving the podcast, but I remember waking up on the couch after they said I had 2 seizures. Um, yeah, and yeah, they didn't know what had happened, but we knew I was bleeding um, from the groin area, and no one ever checked. They just like, "Why is he bleeding?" And I was coming out of a seizure, and I'm just like, "Oh, all right, I'm gonna lay down then." So yeah, found out the next day it was drama down there, and where are we at? Or where am I at? I wandered off. I started. Uh,
I
We
think
were
we were talking about.
discussing something about a bloody groin.
oh yeah, yeah,
I think you told them that that was your business.
correct.
Yeah,
Um,
in more than one sense, right?
I was postictal, so I went the whole night uh, with that laceration. Uh, yeah, and then when I found out what it was, like in the middle of the night, guess what I did? I don't know why, and I don't remember, but I remember in the morning, I look inside my briefs, and there's a pad there. Um, so I did that, is what I'm being told, because they don't remember that happening. There was a pad, and it was literally, it looks like what I did is lined it up against the pants so it would cover everything. And Yeah, we laugh about that to this day. That
It works.
and I don't remember this, so that's what I did. Yeah,
That's what
and I
it's
went to the hospital
for.
the next day, and I tore the head off. Yeah, so they had to put the skin back on that thing and zip them up, and yeah, it was rough. I didn't know what was going on because I just knew I had pain, and I was post-ictal, and I was just like, all right, go back to sleep. I shouldn't have, because I had to throw those pants away and all that. Yeah,
Get new briefs.
That's the biggest problem, right?
yeah. Um, Yeah, the main problem was I was bleeding and I was just ignoring it. Yeah. And then the funny part was I had a guy who sewed me up. Well, he didn't sew me up, he did glue. And it was actually easier than having a woman because he understood a lot of what was going on. And I was like, I couldn't imagine having a doctor, nurse, and they're holding the skin together as they're gluing it. And he was making jokes, so it was kind of funny. And yeah,
I have to ask, in that situation, would you have wanted a woman?
no, a man was fine.
Exactly. There's lots of women who don't want to go to male gynecologists. It makes perfect sense that you would want a male.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, he was like, one of the jokes he thought was funny, well, I thought was funny was he was just like putting the glue and he has to hold the skin and glue it, then sit there and talk to me for like 30 seconds before he moves to the next area. Um,
He
and
didn't glue his finger to you.
no, he didn't. He had on gloves, but he did that part. And
So
then
what I'm
it
hearing
was
is you circumcised yourself.
no, they actually put it back on and they zipped it around, well, glued it around. Um, Yeah, it was rough. I don't know how this happened. No one knows how this happened. They just know I was bleeding very bad, and they kept telling me to do something about it, and I just look at it and be like, okay, and then go back to sleep until the next day. And somehow I put a pad in my underwear, and it. I still threw the underwear away because there was blood everywhere, but that helped, and that was something I did post-ictal and did not remember that. The normal me, I probably would have put like some tissue or something, but I was thinking big post-ictal, and it worked. Yeah, funny
Okay,
story. I put a pad
okay.
on.
I don't remember what happened. I just remember one day. Sorry, I'm going off into a tangent. Um, Nick had this huge cut, and so I asked my oldest son to go get a band-aid from under the sink in the bathroom. I told him exactly where it was, and he brings back a pad. It's like that is not going to cut it. But in your situation, it works. It sticks. It has wings,
Mm, yeah,
and
it
it's meant to
worked.
soak up blood.
Yeah, it didn't work on the pants. There was still blood there. I don't, like I said, I wasn't there, so I don't know what I thought was gonna happen, but I guess it worked. Or it was a good thought. Good try, I say. Um, oh, but the funny thing that the doctor says is he's like doing the glue thing. And then he was like, I understand how it gets hard when you touch it long enough. So don't worry about me. And I'm like, you're cracking jokes as you're sitting down there. And I almost jumped out of his hands. But yeah, we can move on. You see how much I talk when I'm not taking control? I love that you did that, Mark. I can talk when I'm not, when I can remember what the subject was, when I'm paying attention to the subject and not just reading it to you guys.
You can go
Um,
off on your own tangents and don't have to
yeah,
worry
I
about
haven't done that
that.
yet.
Good. Yeah, yeah, that's my job. So, Kevin, have you ever had any incidents or anything where you looked back and how did they phrase it? Ever had an incident that in hindsight was probably a seizure?
Maybe. Yeah, that's the thing. If you're unsure or anything, yeah, this was when I think I got after I got the VNS and I was still having seizures and uh, but I was getting into shape. I was exercising uh, and I would wake up. I wouldn't eat breakfast or anything, and I would go for like a 5 or 6 mile run. And
Wow.
but I think I think this was either an electrolyte imbalance or something because I was really hungry and coming down the stairs. I don't know if it was a seizure, but it could have been because I mean everything on my it it like the body pains weren't convulsive pains. It felt like I fell down the stairs. You know, there wasn't um, none of the chewing in the mouth. I, I definitely messed up my mouth a little. I mean, so everything is very vague. And I did lose consciousness, but yeah, so I'm very unsure about that one. Thoughts?
Um, no, I lost it. Um, Someone else go because I can't remember what I was going to say.
This is one reason that I'm glad that there are not very many like multi-level residences here in Florida. Don't have stairs to fall down very much. That sounds kind of, I don't know, unsettling. No matter what the root cause is, the end result is, you know, I mean, is the same, obviously, but it's just,
Also, a lot of back pain.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Sorry, you meant having a seizure on stairs?
Oh,
Yeah.
I hated stairs. They were my enemy for a long time. Stairs.
That's one thing that's never happened to me is to have a seizure on stairs. But I always thought about it because when my dad bought his house and it has stairs, I thought about it. I was like, I could have a seizure on the stairs, even though I didn't live with them.
After a while, you stop thinking about it.
Yeah, it's kind of like the
Because
same day.
it sounds like my seizures were very different than a lot of yours. So myoclonics, I'd be conscious, but I'd have one and then I'd slide down the stairs or just tumble and yeah, and it would hurt like hell, but I was younger and I could withstand that.
Mark? Oh, no. Icebreaker I had.
Icebreaker.
Um,
And we could ask Angel the question before moving on. But
that's
icebreaker for
that's what I was gonna say. It came back to me. Um, Finish what you were saying with Angel because he didn't answer yet, and then icebreaker for Kevin and Angel.
okay, okay, cool. Okay, Angel, uh, you there? You just dip out on this?
He'll
It
be
Or,
back,
says
I guess.
angel of the morning, not angel of the afternoon.
uh, well, it's
Angel in the
always
morning.
morning somewhere.
Yeah, we can't get Mark in the morning, so we can get Angel in the morning.
I've been thinking about that.
What do you think?
It's interesting. Well, let's not All right, next one. The
Do we do the
title is,
icebreakers?
huh?
Do
Oh,
we do the
Yeah.
icebreakers.
icebreakers?
Pookie. Yeah, you get to do the icebreakers. That's not my job.
Um, the icebreaker today was at your age, what are you actually concerned about?
Hmm.
Toaster,
Yes.
you said you had a post.
Oh, yes. Yes, I do. It's titled, How Do You Explain It? It feels so isolating having epilepsy when no one around you um, does. I've only had a few in my life, but every time those around me tell me how scary it was to witness and say things like, well, at least you don't remember it. I'm not trying to invalidate their experiences because I'm sure it's hard to see, but I don't think they get how scary it is to feel the seizure coming on and be unable to do anything, and then to have this chunk of time where you can't remember what you did. How do you manage these emotions?
That is kind of similar to a question I answered yesterday on Reddit, where I think parents were asking for what did you wish your parents knew on about seizures, and it's like as a 14-year-old, and it's like it's really hard because we're going through all these things and we don't even know it, what we're trying to do, like what we're going through or what's happening. We're trying to, you know, our minds are, while in the seizure, are jumbled up and spun and put through the rinse cycle, or what, whatever you want to say. And it's like we don't know how to say it properly, and we ourselves are trying to comprehend it, and we're the ones going through it, and it's hard.
Back to your normally scheduled program.
How do you deal with people who are telling you at least you don't remember it?
I just walk away from people. That gets to them more than saying things sometimes. I don't
Not
even
be around
respond to
them.
their opinion. I'm just like, all right. Some people want a response saying stupid things, I feel like, so I just don't give them the response. Turn around, walk away, or stand there and don't say anything. Stand there and don't say anything is the more fun response. You can just see it
Let
in them.
them wonder.
They want to say something so bad. Just like standing there burning, they're like, waiting for you to respond. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I forgot what I was talking about.
It's okay. Uh,
It's actually
there,
scarier to remember it.
yeah.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, it is scarier when you remember it. 'Cause then you remember how scary it was.
You
Yeah,
don't have no control of anything. You're just watching it.
yeah. I remember crying. Um, yeah, those are
Well,
crazy seizures.
uh, one commenter says the at least you don't remember it thing is so frustrating. Like, yeah, but the lead up and the aftermath where your brain feels like scrambled eggs for hours is still terrifying as hell. I usually tell people it's like being a passenger in a car that's about to crash, and you can see it coming, but you can't grab the wheel, and then waking up not knowing if you hurt yourself or said something embarrassing or whatever.
Some of
Yeah,
us
it's
can't even see it coming.
That's what I was just thinking. I never know when it's coming. It just happens. And I
yeah,
wake up wondering what the fuck just happened, trying to figure out where I am.
And another person says, remind those people that while you may not remember the seizure itself, you are faced with the aftermath. The post-ictal state is no joke. After a TC, I can barely walk because all my muscles ache. I'm exhausted physically, mentally, and emotionally, let alone if you get injured in the process. I broke my nose during the last one. Tell
Having
them while
someone
you're,
hovering over you, it just makes it worse.
yeah,
yeah. About the ones where, how Angel was saying, the ones where you're aware are scary. Yeah. For some reason, I felt like the pain or the post-ictal pain and the headache and everything was so much worse because I could feel the process of beginning to go through the seizure and the pain of like feels like you're getting tased every few seconds. It's like a gut punch and it hurts so bad. And yeah, and then you're hearing people in panic. Um, yeah, that part sucks. Like I said, the ones where I'm aware, yeah, there's so much worse pain and post-ictal pain. You guys don't want that.
I hate the focal awares too, because then you're always wondering, like, oh shit, is this going to turn into a tonic-clonic? What's going to happen?
Yeah, mine is always that's what I'm thinking sometimes when I'm having a seizure and I'm aware. It's usually like I'm hearing somebody going, get him, he's having a seizure, or help him, or do this, or doing that. They're usually yelling at each other. And then when it comes to my aunt, she's always like, I think he might see us because he's just staring. Um, and yeah, it's like I stopped shaking, I stopped having the tonic clonic, and then one time I remember her saying, "I think he can see us," and I couldn't say anything or do anything or move. I just was like, "I got one here." It says, "I don't want to be awkward, but I don't want to lie. How do you respond to what have you been up to? How are you? What do you do for work? How have you been?" Um, type of questions. I ran into old acquaintances this evening, and seen I haven't seen since before the times. I don't want to just flat out say I have daily seizures for the past 5 years, so I'm unemployed and I live off of my mom. I always trip on these type of questions. What does everyone here say? They're most likely innocent questions, especially since I hid my seizures from almost everyone in my life. For the most of the time, I usually say just trying to make it and still make it and that still makes it seem awkward. Usually only for older people. Millennials understand that statement at least. Thoughts. If you ask someone how they're doing, I don't respond like that. I'm doing good, and yourself? Sometimes I might, depending on who it is that I want to have a conversation with. But if you ask how someone's doing, they might go off into how their
I
life's
mean,
been week.
at least
And
80% of the time when somebody asks how you're doing, they're not really asking how you're doing. They're just
starting the
following a
conversation.
social script, you know,
like
starting
saying
a,
good morning to your friends.
right, yeah,
Right.
just starting a whole thing. So they don't necessarily need to be informed on all of the specific details of your disability that you may find embarrassing. And I mean, another thing is they're thinking about it, looking at it from within their own theory of mind. So they're thinking about these things and assuming that all of the people that they are talking to know or whatever hold the same sort of value systems to make judgments about whatever. It sounds like they've got some insecurities about themselves about being unemployed that these other people that they talk to might not necessarily find so um, uh, I don't know, so
I have a question
judgment
for you guys.
worthy.
Um, I was gonna say, what do you guys say when someone says, "What have you been up to? How are you? And what do you do for work?"
I mean,
Good, good. Not much, between jobs. How about you?
Okay, that's a good one.
that
How
works.
do you
That's
respond?
simple. You have no obligation to impress this person or anything. Yeah, a simple answer is fine.
What do you say?
Something like Mark said. I don't remember what I said. I forgot already.
Fine. How are
I'm
you?
fine. I'm in between jobs,
For
whatever. I'm never going to see
yeah,
this person for
I'll
another 20
remember.
years.
Pookie will know when he goes and watches the
They,
replay. So,
they. Also, when someone asks, "What have you been up to?" and "How are you?" Those are two different questions. Yeah, Mark, what have you been up to, and how are you? Separate questions.
I'm sorry, I missed what you said in the middle there. The
What have you been up to, and how are you? They're separate questions. You put it all
oh
into one.
well, I mean, all into one answer because it was kind of all lumped into one greeting. But yeah, fine. Currently between jobs. How are you? Or how about you? Immediately turn it back on them, and then get them to be the one talking. You know, you don't need to feel defensive if you can deflect. And a lot
Mm.
of times, people really enjoy talking about themselves, especially the businessy type people that it sounded like they were talking about. So, just get the other person to talk about themselves and they'll feel like, they had a wonderful conversation, even if you don't tell them anything about you or being epileptic, you know?
I
So
have a
just be as vague as possible. Why not just say, "Great, how are you?" Is that what you mean?
Um,
Yeah. Keep it vague and let them fill in the details in their imagination. Be mysterious.
for me, I could say I forgot what question we were on, but there was one.
Yeah,
Um,
were we? I still had that question before I went out. So I've got that in what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 others that I've picked out. So um, I don't know. You want me to go on to one here, or were we freeform jazz podcasting, rambling and
um,
riffing?
at
Ramble
this
about
point,
anything. Yeah.
so I got another question.
Yeah.
It says,
Oh,
"My memory degraded significantly. Has your memory been affected? I'm a 29-year-old female. I've forgotten most of my childhood and other big events. I don't really know if it's connected to the seizures, tonic-clonics, or the fact that the seizures have resulted in several concussions throughout my life. Maybe it's the Keppra. Is this happening to anyone else? If so, how do you deal with it? I feel like I'll forget the most important people to me someday. So, what do I do? Advice is very much welcome. Please and thank you. Prayer hands emoji. Write things
Yeah.
down. That helps.
I'm sorry?
I said writing things down helps.
The childhood. Yeah, I've noticed I forgot big chunks of stuff. Um, but I talk to my sister a lot, and she says, like, you seriously don't remember this? When this happened? When like uh, or X or Y happened? And you go, no, I really don't remember. And yeah, um, yeah, she seems to have a much bigger memory. So I would advise talking to people around you who um, also have a good memory of your childhood, uh, just to get a refresher. Maybe it'll refresh your memory. Okay, Pookie, go.
What was the question again?
Memory problems.
Oh, there we go. The thing about my memory is there's certain people who can tell stories around me, and I can remember all of the story. And then there's certain people who tell me a bunch of stories, and I don't remember any of them. And I started to wonder, are those people actually lying? Because some I don't remember, and some seem like stuff that aren't me. But then again, I have epilepsy, and I wasn't there to remember all these things. But yeah, I question myself and other people as to what I'm being told. Is it true and stuff like that? Um, Never get to the bottom of most things, but I try to question people, get my own evidence put together.
I don't remember big chunks of my children's childhoods.
Oh,
My
shit.
children will tell me things and I'll be like, I don't remember that at all.
Yeah, it's like my long term is pretty good, but there's events that certain people have in their head that didn't stick to my memory. And sometimes I just wonder if they're lying. And I think a lot of people lie to me, but that's just my personal thoughts about people.
But the thing is, I feel like the information is still there because I get told about something and I can
Oh yeah, I remember
visual,
now.
like yeah, yeah, okay, and I just can't quite grasp it. And yeah, hmm
On my end, there's a lot of situations that stuff happens, and I just tell people, I'll take your word for it. So yeah, I gotta stop doing that. But
I'm
that
like
helps
you
end the
though, Cookie.
conversation.
I'm like you though, where I don't believe everybody on everything they say, depending on who it is.
Yeah. So yeah, I get all the evidence myself, get my evidence in my head put together, and yeah, whatever they say, I'm just listening, but doesn't mean I believe you. Mark had the questions, I thought.
Did and then he disappeared.
Back to the post about memory being degraded and affected. A comment here says, "Oh God, if that isn't relatable, kind of feels like my memory is reduced to a PowerPoint presentation. I harbor strong doubts that it's recoverable." Another comment here says, "Since I was around 18, my memory slowly started deteriorating. I've been on all sorts of meds, including Keppra, and to be fair, it's still the same since stopping Keppra, but we're all different and could be the meds, or could it? Mine seemed to be short-term memory. That's messed up. I can remember stuff from years ago, but newer memories are just a total mess or can't remember at all. My partner of 7 years is always saying, "Remember when we did this?" or "Remember when this happened?" And I feel bad when I can't remember the important or special memories. I'm 28 and I worry that it's going to get worse over time. When I mentioned it to my epilepsy nurse in the past, it just sort of gets pushed off to one side. You guys ever try talking to someone about your memory?
I forgot to.
Mm, that's a good one.
I don't know. I mean, I've spoken to the nurse about my memory when I've noticed it being affected as part of a medication side effect, when there's been a change in that regard. And then I've noticed, like, immediately afterwards, best example, 200 milligrams of Vimpat 2 times a day has me extremely depressed, and it pushes me over the edge back into officially like scary clinical depression type mental health problems, intrusive thoughts and stuff. you know Wouldn't you? Is there any reason not to put your hand into the garbage disposal and turn it on? Like, why? Why wouldn't you?
Right. Yeah, I
Yeah,
did things like
why
this.
would you? So that's the thing, and that didn't necessarily occur to me until I was really considering it. So um, that's why I was stepped off, and so I've lowered my dose, and even just something as small as going from 200 twice a day to 150 in the morning and 200 in the evening was enough to ease that up. Um, but I have felt like my memory had been declining before I had started any medications also, but I wasn't able to put my finger on it. I wasn't able to find a reason why, and so I just kind of wrote it off as normal aging, right? Everybody gets older and memory declines with age. That's what everybody says. But I mean, in your late 20s, early 30s, you're in the prime of your life. You shouldn't be having any sort of memory decline at that time. Your frontal lobe is just finished developing. You should be good to go. So I don't know. Um, there was some difficulty accepting some things, but there was no reason to suspect anything either. I guess except for the panic attacks, but those weren't really panic attacks, right? We've we've covered that ground, so I don't know. Um,
Um,
Memory is kind of inexorably intertwined with the whole epilepsy life, I think. Pookie, did you?
um, I was gonna say, I know if AJ was here, she could tell us what part of the brain um, memory goes to and comes from. She's pretty good with that stuff. Um,
Isn't
but
it the hippocampus?
you're asking me a question that I need an answer to.
I think. Well, I don't know. I thought maybe tossing it out there might trigger a memory. You may have heard it and thought and be like, oh yeah, boom, spark, right?
It
Is
doesn't
that
ring a bell. I'm trying. It's not coming to
no,
me.
no? Okay.
Uh, yeah, yeah, I have no idea. But another thing is,
Yes, hippocampus located in the brain's temporal lobe is essential for converting short-term memories into long-term declarative or factual and episodic or event-based memories. A critical component to the limbic system, it also regulates spatial navigation, context-specific memory, and in some cases, emotional responses. So, memory consolidation. I was right.
Are there
There
any
was
other parts of
something.
the brain involved in memory?
Probably, yes. It sounds like they are very specific about parts of memory, um, and
I
not
got
necessarily
something.
all memory, right?
I was gonna get a procedure done. Well, no, I wasn't gonna get it done, but I went and got tested, and then I found out what it was for. They wanted to do a brain surgery because she said my memory is too bad for someone my age. That's what a neurologist that I was referred to that wasn't my neurologist at one point in time. Uh, but yeah, she showed me like the pictures of my brain that they took, I guess, and she showed me like this little dark spot right here. I could put a needle in there and take that little air out there. Stuff I didn't understand, and I still agreed. I mean, disagreed. So I didn't get it done. But yeah, my memory is just gonna be this bad. I'm not gonna get that surgery because I feel like it's just not gonna help. I don't know where she was taking that from. It's going to help my memory. She just showed me little pieces of the brain. I knew nowhere where they were. I just looked at it like, oh yeah, that looks like a little squiggly line, something you're looking at that I don't understand.
So I got here the list is Kevin had suggested. Yeah, he was dead on. So hippocampus I just described outline, but it says the amygdala adds emotional significance to memories, influencing their strength and recall, especially fear-related memories. The cerebellum is essential for processing and storing procedural memories. The prefrontal cortex is involved in working memory. Um, and so I guess the short-term holding that the hippocampus is responsible for converting into long-term memory. And then the prefrontal cortex also organizes information and retrieves factual knowledge, semantic knowledge. And the basal ganglia uh, takes care of habit formation, procedural learning, and long-term memory storage. And then neocortex is the outer layer where long-term memories are ultimately stored and distributed across different regions. So that's a lot. I guess I was only a little right when I said hippocampus. But yeah, that's pretty interesting.
I have something right here. If you're done, Mark.
I'm just reading over here if you want to get. Wait,
It's a
was
lot
I
of information.
on the
That's
spot?
a very complex. Yeah, that's I don't know.
Yeah. So I got something here. It says, Dad has epilepsy and I'm anxious all the time. I came here to just maybe hear some positive stories to help with my anxiety because I feel so overwhelmed at the moment. My dad was diagnosed with epilepsy 18 months ago. He's been on lamotrigine and tends to have focals every 6 weeks and tonics every 5 months. He just recently had a tonic and two focals 30-ish hours later, and I'm panicking, thinking what's going on. He did, however, after his last medication increase, say he feels great. But then he went over his focal 6 week time and hit 10 weeks until he had this recent tonic clonic. I just want some sort of support or even just some words of reassurance just to help me as I'm on the edge. The 10-week break of his pattern is the only positive part I'm holding on to. What do I do?
Be there. It's about all you can do.
The only response to this says, hey, I totally get the anxiety around pattern changes. It's scary when something that felt predictable suddenly shifts, but honestly, that 10-week stretch sounds like a really good sign that the med adjust might be working better than before. Epilepsy can be so unpredictable, even when things are improving overall. And stress, sleep, random stuff can still trigger breakthrough seizures. The fact that your dad feels great is huge too. That's not something to overlook. Got something here. It says, can Keppra stunt growth? I have an almost, oh, well, we're far from stunting our growth. Um,
Yeah, I
but
was
I'll
in my
read it.
40s.
Yeah.
Yeah, I took it way past where my growth was already stopped.
Yeah, I'm the same height as my dad, so I don't think my growth was stunted, but I did take it um in those late days of teens.
I heard a lot of medications can do that though.
I'll read it. It says, we'll just give some advice. It says, can Kepler stunt growth? I have an almost 14-year-old son who got diagnosed at 10 years old with focal epilepsy. He has only had a seizure when sick, and they've been all in the evening or the nighttime. Kepler controls quite well, and he hasn't had one in over a year and a half. We started him on Kepler right after the diagnosis. Oddly enough, after charting his weight and height, we saw a decline in growth right around the time he began the meds. He was only 5'1" and barely 100 pounds at 14 years old. He used to be a little above 50 percentile. Both my husband and I are the average on the shorter side and thin naturally, but we are average. Oh, but we are concerned that it appears he hasn't even started puberty yet. Both my husband and I began at his age. Does anyone have experience with Keppra stunting their growth or their child's growth? I don't remember what year I started puberty, and Kepler did not stunt my growth because I'm still the same height as my dad, which I think was what was in the cards for me.
I only took it for like uh maybe not very long, but I think when I was 14 was around when I started growing. People do bloom late. I mean, that's very natural. Yeah, that's when I started growing, really. So, I mean, no, I'm just trying to ease your concerns. I would ask the doctor about these medicines. The
Doctors and
only
pharmacists.
mhm. And the only yeah, the only medicine right now that I know that is really hurting your growth is Depakote. A little
What
bit,
size?
by a little bit, because um, it damages your bone density and muscle development. So I may be like half an inch shorter, half inch shorter. Um, Osteoporosis is going to set in. But Capra,
You got
we're going back to Capra. Okay.
you got height on either side of your family?
What do you mean height?
I mean, well, you mean you said you're 6 feet, and then you said you might have been an inch taller um, without the
Yeah,
medication.
I mean, I'm my dad's height. So, yeah.
You and Andrea are the
Uh,
same height if you're both 6 feet. Andrea didn't stunt your growth?
I was in my 40s.
I'm just kidding. Um, Yeah, the first comment here says, I started Kepler when I was 16, and I believe I stopped growing. It could be my muscles damaged because of my seizures. It isn't known. It isn't a known side effect, but they don't know fully. Maybe I stopped growing at 16, even without Kepler. Just speculation. I think that's what it was for me. I stopped growing at 16 because I think people were like, "Oh, last time I seen you, you were this short." And that's when I finally like paid attention to my health, and I just never grew anymore since I've been 16. Another comment here says, I started taking Kepler when I was in the 8th grade. It definitely didn't stunt my height growth as I'm 6'1" now, but it has been a little harder to put on weight. It does mess with my appetite, so that may be why he's not putting on weight. I got something here, guys. It says, should I get a new neurologist? When I was a kid, I had a brain tumor where one of the side effects were focal type seizures. Flashing lights and bright lights would cause me to be dizzy, sick, spaced out, shaky, and feel like my heart sinks to my stomach like a swing set. But I had surgery and I basically resolved 80%. I'm 21 now, but I think they haven't completely gone away. I'm 21 now, but I think they haven't completely gone away. I don't know why there's a question mark there. Or I'm not sure the difference between those seizures and a migraine and what a migraine are. I feel exactly like I did back when I had seen the flashing lights, except it's not as severe or frequent. It interferes with school and driving, and all the bright lights make me nauseous and extremely tired. Is it something I should get a neurologist again and see about for, or is this dramatic and could be migraines? Um, I think this person should go get a neurologist because if the side effects were focal seizures, then that's something to check up on every now and then at least, even if
Yeah.
you don't have epilepsy. Mark, you got something? Oh,
I'm sorry. I've been a little distracted, you know.
understandable.
Um,
Should this person get a neurologist, Andrea and Kevin? What do you think?
It'd be a bad idea to go get it checked out at least.
I mean, yeah, basically, I would say anytime you have the question come up in your mind, should I get a neurologist? Just get a neurologist. If it's even a question, then you need to get it checked.
Don't ask Reddit, go ask your doctor.
Right, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
It's
if you're
it's our
concerned
you
enough
already
to,
answered your own question.
yeah, if you're concerned enough to be asking the question, then you really know the answer already. You just, you know, I mean, maybe just need a little external push, but yeah, just go get it checked out. If it's enough of a concern to have raised a question, you need somebody to find some answer for you, or at least follow up on that question for you.
All right. The first response here says the short answer is yes. The long answer is go to a neurologist like today, like yesterday. And that is the only response here.
Okay, yeah.
I agree with Mark. If you have to ask on Reddit, then I think you should go see one or ask your primary, see what they think about going to see a neurologist.
Yeah. It sounds something like, hey, I need to see somebody quick, you know?
Mm-hmm. Okay, I got another one. It says 49-year-old male, monthly focal aware. Anyone find ways to mitigate? For about 2 years now, I've been getting monthly cycles of focal aware. It comes on slowly. Day one, 2 to 3 a day. Day 2 is 6 times, but can't be more than 10 plus times with peak effects. Day 3 is similar to day 1. Through the week, it occurs, and I'm depleted, feeling it's manageable, provided it doesn't get worse. Seems stable to declining intensity. I am meeting with a neurologist in a few months after 1 year wait list, wondering if any others have similar experience. Um, Post on the matter or achieved? And if so, anything that has seemingly helped with your symptoms. Yes, I know it can be anything from your brain tumor to dietary and specific to the individual. Thanks in advance. Any ways to mitigate was the question.
I wouldn't know how to mitigate through somebody else's daily
That's what I was
focus.
thinking. Mitigating, I might need a little more information.
Like I'm just starting to deal with my own vocals, and it's not that easy.
One comment here says, feel lucky you have health care. I'm homeless and jobless due to TC monthly seizures, making it impossible to function, and I'm slowly losing my mind. Another comment here says, find your triggers and do your best to avoid them. For me, it's lack of sleep and blinking lights. Do any of you guys have problem with lights?
Not in a like seizure inducing photosensitivity type of thing, like fluorescent overhead lights or computer monitors or video games with certain patterns or certain movies or whatever. But I do have issues with light in kind of a broader sense. I don't like very bright lights in general. I
Yeah.
prefer
Like
to kind
high beams on a car.
I'm sorry?
I don't like the bright lights, like high beams on a car.
Yeah. Or yeah,
Halogen lights.
how I just especially like I mean outdoors sunlight and stuff, it's difficult for me to handle without sunglasses. Um, and even indoors, I don't like being, um, I don't know. I mean, the room that I spend most of my time in is pretty dark by most people's standards. The camera settings here right now make it look brighter than it actually is. Trying to capture the lava lamps a little better, get the tuning on its tweaking on its saturation and brightness and whatnot. So, but yeah, I don't know. I think it might be an autism spectrum thing. That's one of the defining traits in the autism spectrum um, criteria. That's the word. Um, is certain sensitivities to various sensory stimuli. So that's yeah, I don't know. You see some people with autism walk around with headphones on that don't like the loud sounds or whatever. I'm that guy who walks around with sunglasses on, and even tends to leave them on once I've walked into the supermarket and that douchebag who thinks he's so cool, he walks around with sunglasses inside in the grocery store. And really it's just I didn't even realize they were still on there, just make it so much more comfortable to see
I
and
did
stuff.
that the other day at the Y.
Yeah. Oh yeah, rock star, poker player, person. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I got
Um,
like halfway to the class. I'm like, oh yeah, I need to take these off and put my glasses on, or it's gonna be really dark in there once they shut the lights out.
yeah. I've even left my sunglasses on while riding in the car. You know, the oncoming traffic lights and stuff with the polarized lens, I can still see better um, with the sunglasses on than off. So, um, yeah, I don't know.
I
It's
can
it's
get
interesting.
very light sensitive on occasion, especially in the mornings, I've noticed.
Yeah, we gotta be careful with those words though. Like light sensitive is not photosensitive, right?
Right.
Yes,
It's
sensitive
just
to
sensitive to
light.
brightness. I
Yeah,
live in a cave. It's
yeah.
like it's so dark and all the blinds are closed all the time and
It looks cozy. It looks, yeah, I like dark spaces. Yes, spooky.
I was just gonna say, is it an epilepsy thing or is it just me that likes to be in the dark? I like dark. I don't mind it. At nighttime, I love pitch black. And just knowing that no one's in the house with me or just my mom, just it's so comfortable just being pitch black. My mom, she keeps a light on in the bathroom because she can't do the darkness. Um, yeah.
I can't do
Oh,
total darkness. I need to be able to see, like, at least if I'm if I need to be able to avoid stepping on a cat at bare minimum. So
okay.
especially when I have a
and to
black
be
cat.
able, and to be able to aim.
Gotcha. Yeah, because yeah, we don't have cats, so I know what you mean. Um,
I
don't have to
can't
step on
stand
any animals.
when it's
Yeah.
dark out though and walk into a room and it's flip the light on, it kills me.
I
Yeah.
don't turn lights on in the middle of the night. I go to the bathroom in the dark.
I usually do. There's a night light.
Yeah, I don't I leave the bathroom light off, but I make sure that there's enough light, like ambient light that, you know, I can TCOB. Hold on. How about Kylie, are you there? Are you there still?
Yes, I'm here. What?
Yes. Hey, um, this is something that I think I would like to hear your thoughts on. What we were just discussing, sensory sensitivities.
Ugh.
Um,
Well, I used to have a flashlight that had three settings on it, would have a dull one, a bright one, and then a strobe light. So I have to like click it fast so I don't see the strobe light, the last setting of the flashlight.
yeah, yeah. We were all discussing that uh, it seems there's a common thread that we've each described a kind of preference to have a nice dimly lit kind of dark room. Do you like to stay in dark rooms, dark spaces,
Um,
to avoid bright lights, overhead lights and stuff?
well, I don't like lights on that shine on my iPad screen. That's why I don't like lights on top of me.
Yeah,
And I don't like sun dots like when there's sunshine and blinds are open and there's sun dots from like shades, you know what I mean?
yeah. Oh, so it's mostly just interfering with the screen. It's not
Yeah,
kind
yeah,
of,
yeah.
yeah. So if you like, let's say if you're not on the iPad or something, it doesn't bother you if the room is really brightly
No,
lit.
it's usually because I'm on my pad most of the time.
Okay, okay, that's interesting. Do you have any sort of um sensory sensitivities other
Well,
than?
I had asked Andrea what that animal was, and she never responded to me.
I was just asking, since um a lot of people with autism have um have difficulty with a lot of different sensory situations, sounds, loud
Yeah, I
noises.
don't like a lot of sounds. I
Yeah,
get scared of thunder, and I don't like. We have a well water, so we have a tank, so it bothers me when I hear that. Things like
okay.
that.
Yeah, yeah. But the light doesn't bother you as much as it seems to.
More so the sounds.
Yeah. Okay, cool. That's interesting. A little different. Um, yeah, I forgot what the I don't know. I forgot
I
what
have a
the
question. Uh,
yeah.
Go ahead.
what would be the opposite of all that? Like, it seems I have a very high tolerance for stuff like sound and um I like light. I like sunlight, but it bothers me because I haven't really left the house much. So it does the sunlight does bother me,
Mm.
but I'm just not used to it, but um okay, so let me give you an example. Um there was a car accident right in front of me, and I didn't really do anything. I didn't jump. I didn't bother me. I don't know. Just nothing. Nothing really seems to bother or shock me. I have a very high tolerance for stuff.
You don't get startled easily.
Yeah, high startle tolerance. I don't know, is that a thing? A startle tolerance, startle threshold?
Would that be just something from the medicine, or
Um,
Do you have that when you're not on the medicine? Or have you, I don't know, is
I don't
that
know.
something that's it?
I've always liked the outdoors, you know.
Yeah.
I startle easy. And when I say easy, I mean like if I stop walking too fast and my hair does this, when I stop walking, I usually go like that because I think it's someone in my peripheral, not my hair. I do it on the left and the right sometimes, and like so. Yeah, I try to tie it back when I'm just doing nothing. Or yeah, I do startle easy and I'm very clumsy, so that doesn't make for good situations.
Hmm.
Yeah.
My startle reflex seems to vary kind of unpredictably. Sometimes I just, something happens in the corner of my eye and I just go vertical 6 inches immediately. Um, Sometimes I, can just, I don't know, some loud crash in the other room, something, and I just can slowly turn and go and get up and check it out without being like the slightest bit an adrenaline release or anything. No sort of strong neurochemical response, sort of, or reflex response. I don't know. I don't know what the term is. I know that there's a biological term for that, like the
It freaks me out if someone knocks on my door without telling me they're coming first.
yeah,
My,
like what are you doing,
my
weirdo?
stepdad hates that. Sometimes
Yeah,
he won't answer.
The guy came to bring me my meds today, and I like looked out the window and I was like, "Who the fuck is this guy?" Cracked the door, and he's like, "I have a med delivery for Andrea." And I was like, "Oh, okay," and opened the door.
yeah,
Mm.
They
Yeah,
scared the crap out of me.
yeah. Try to like creep up and peek through the window as if they can't see me through the, it's like,
I
oh,
I saw him through the window and I looked through the peephole and I still couldn't figure out what he was doing there.
Yeah.
Um,
We need
my
to just
aunt,
give up and install cameras all out on the porch so I can see him without having to approach. That would
I
be
have
I
that
do that.
too.
my family does not like the idea of setting up things. It just not a fight worth fighting.
What if I did it?
I mean, you can do it to your house, I guess. I don't know.
I meant to yours. What if I
uh,
actually set it up for you?
you want to put cameras up in where I live? I don't know how I feel about it.
I thought I meant for you. You said your family doesn't like setting up things, and I said, what if I set it up for you?
Oh no, they
Um,
don't. They don't like the changing times and
oh,
technology.
okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
I don't know. But yeah, the idea of you coming over to set up cameras and then leave is,
Yeah,
and not giving it over, is what you want to, or you
gotcha.
want to watch our front door from California.
No.
Um,
Yeah, I don't want to see what your porch looks like.
uh,
I barely look at my camera, but
we
yeah,
can see rocket launches from the porch, so you could set up that camera. We got the Artemis launch was just postponed. Their wet dress rehearsal on Sunday had a hydrogen leak that they were um, unable to fix. The launch was supposed to take place on February 8th. So they postponed it until March at the earliest. So that was sad. But my dad has agreed to drive me out to the viewing location of my choice at Cape Canaveral to see the Artemis launch. So, yay.
Nice.
Yeah. He knows somebody. I might ask him. He knows somebody down the block who's actually a NASA, like a structural engineer at NASA, former NASA guy. He, he got them viewing tickets at the inside, the viewing, like special, um, for the workers, for the launch of the Boeing Starliner, the first Starliner. So, you know, from the Boeing employee, um, souvenir mugs for they were up in that with the employees and guests only special viewing area there. Um, and they were pretty excited about that. It was a morning launch. So it went up, the rocket was going up right as the sun was rising behind it. And it was absolutely beautiful launch that I did not get to be present for. I was out of state at the time, but the Artemis rocket is much bigger than the Atlas that the Boeing Starliner went up on. So um, that'll be really cool. Really, really cool. If ever a rocket there was to witness, the Artemis launch is the rocket to go for, I think. Falcon Heavy would be cool, but the Artemis is bigger. And it's a moonshot too, isn't it? They're sending astronauts around the moon again for the first time since the Apollo launch. I think, maybe. Oh no, Pookie, you had your hand up, and I was just steamrolling the whole conversation here.
Oh yeah, my hand was down by now. Yeah, that thought is gone. Are those lines in the sky? Like sometimes there's like these long white lines. Are those rockets?
Like across the sky horizontally, or because there is
Um,
Vandenberg Space Force base out there. They do launch rockets that are visible from a decent chunk of like the California area, the West Coast.
yeah, Central California, it's a lot of desert area, and there's a lot of prisons and what they call it, airports, like private airports, a lot of farming area. But I see a lot of those lines in the sky every now and then, and I was wondering if that's a rocket. Um,
I would assume those are just your kind of basic um, contrail condensation from a jet flying overhead
might have
when
been.
they're up way up high in the atmosphere and they're going along the air that they bring in and burn with the fuel. Um, the combustion byproducts of that, some of that is water, and it's extremely hot. And so when it gets sent out the back um, of the the turbofan engine, it's a bunch of hot air with some humidity to it. It gets released into a surrounding um, extremely um, low temperature, low pressure environment. So that pressure temperature difference works to take the moisture, the water byproduct from the um, combustion to condense and basically form long thin clouds along the pathway, the trail of the jet engines. So it's condensation just up there, you know.
From an airplane.
Yeah, pretty neat.
They're all over the place around here all the time.
Yeah, they fly overhead here all the time. So much that I don't even actually they're flying in and out of here so much that I think that they're getting low enough that they don't have the condensation byproduct result because of the altitude level. They're so close to ground level when they're flying in here. But when they're
Yeah.
flying past up, way overhead, bypassing, they're yeah. So yeah, I saw Kylie said in chat chemtrails. I don't know. I don't know if I don't know if you mean that seriously or not. Um, the idea of chemtrails like that at that scale is not something that happens. Um, so don't, I mean, at the very least, don't worry about it. If chemtrails are something that you take really seriously, then um, you can relax about that because they don't. The result of it or the visible trails themselves are the result of just simply the process of the airplanes flying overhead. It's not any sort of chemicals being injected. So, yeah, don't worry about chemtrails. Anyway, it says, hi all. Oh, topic is status epilepticus question mark. Hi all, my brother was admitted into the hospital on Wednesday, January 28th, and has been sedated and intubated. He is grand mal epileptic, and usually his episodes are one and done, and he comes to, and then he continues life until it happens again, usually every 3 to 4 months. Well, sadly, that's not the case this time. Since his intubation, he has had approximately 10 to 12 seizures, even under sedation. The longest seizure is 5 minutes. Doctor says his brain is in status epilepticus. We are waiting on MRI results, but I have no idea what to think is even going on in that brain of his. Will he wake up the same? Will he have neurological damage? Is he dreaming? Is he just not on this earth right now? He's on propofol, benzodiazepines of some sort, and a few other things like standard fluids. Just having a hard time understanding this all. So there was that, and then there was a quick update. It says his MRI is clear, which is good, but we still can't figure out why he isn't getting out of status. Medications are getting swapped around left and right, and center, anything to break his cycle. My poor brother intubated 6 days intubated so far. Stay strong. So, top comment says, man, that's really scary. I'm sorry for you and your family are going through it. Man, that's really scary. I'm sorry you and your family are going through this. Status epilepticus is no joke, and the fact that you're keeping him sedated shows they're taking it seriously. The doctors are doing everything right with the propofol and benzos to try to break the cycle. Every case is different, but people can and do recover from this even when it looks really bad. Try to hang on while you're trying to hang in there while you wait for those MRI results. That'll give everyone a much better picture of what's happening. Sending good thoughts your way. So, yeah, MRI clear. Um, any thoughts? Anybody here have experience with status epilepticus? Those questions
I
are interesting at the end, like what's happening, what's he experienced?
I
Um,
mean, go ahead, Boogie.
with mine, um, it happened one time that I was told, um, and they said I had 9 seizures in 20 minutes. Um, so it was like stop and go. It was literally like take a little break, like, oh, he's okay. Oh, he's having another one. Well, he's okay. A few more minutes later, and 9 within 20 minutes is a lot. Um, and they kept thinking maybe we'll take him when he's done, see how bad it is. We'll take him to the hospital. But eventually they got to 9, and that was too many, I guess. I mean, I would have thought 2 or 3, but they said they kept thinking I was going to get back better and going to say something. And I used to tell people don't call the ambulance, so that was a thing. Um, yeah, it was rough. I woke up and I didn't remember any of them, and um, yeah, they were just like you had some seizures, and it took years to figure out that it was 9. Recently, it was like 2025. Somebody was like it was 9, and I was like, oh wow. He told me I had seizures. I never knew 9 in that many minutes, but yeah. So status is not fun, and
Mhm.
it hurts, but that's obvious. Yeah, I got to spend night in the hospital. It's not fun.
Isn't it also, okay, were those seizures, the 9 that you had, were they tonic-clonics, all of them?
Yes.
Okay, wow. Okay, so 9 tonic-clonics to back to, I mean, basically back to back to back. How long each were they? Do you know?
Um, I wasn't there to ask the information. I was just told recently that it was 9. Back then, they said you had a bunch of seizures, and we were thinking, should we take you to the hospital or not? But they were thinking that I was telling them, I used to tell people, there's no reason to call him because I can recuperate here. So that's what they were thinking is that he's all right. Let's just wait. And then I got to 9, and I guess 9 was too many.
Yeah, I
I
mean, I
don't know
guess
how I got
nine
to
is
9.
nine would
9
be
was too
what,
many.
less than 3 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes per seizure to from start to finish to whatever
I mean,
intro period and then to beginning of the next one.
yeah,
That's
status is
pretty much,
determined anything past 5 minutes. So,
yeah. The
Um,
and
I had focals, like focal awares in like I also had 9, but mine were over 30 minutes. Um, but
that
I
would
mean
be clusters.
they were just like tingles on the side of my body. They were getting bigger and bigger, so it felt like it was something that was kind of accelerating towards something. But I'm not sure. That was one time that I had used my nasal lamp spray on myself, just like actually zap myself with it, because that had been going on for, um, and I just needed to end it. But the
Mine
well,
was 6 hours long. So, yeah.
yeah,
And it was, I was aware, but that was the only reason they didn't declare it status, but it felt like one long one. It didn't feel like I was going in and out or none of that.
same
And
here.
it it was just the fact that I was aware. So it was like when I asked this doctor, like, what was it? It was like they even had trouble trying to like, we'll call it clusters, because I was aware.
I was told that when my seizures were happening, they were trying to figure out how to not let them happen again. But I think they said there was one time I woke up and I tried to run, and then everyone stopped me, and then I had a seizure. And then there was one time I woke up and everybody was surrounding me, and then I had a seizure. Then I woke up and it was only my mom, and I didn't have a seizure, they said. And when I would wake up when it was just her, they said eventually they start being less calm, but they start being at least between 30 and 40 seconds every time. So I was
Yeah.
roasting my brain, was cooking my
Yeah, I
brain
think the
over and over.
and
I
your
think the
body. I
doctors
mean,
told me it was like one or more seizures without you regaining consciousness or awareness, I guess, in between those seizures and that status. And it's got to be more than 5 minutes, pretty much.
well, I mean, not just regaining, not regaining full consciousness, but not returning to baseline consciousness. So even if you're
Yeah.
post-ictal, if you're still post-ictal, uh, 5, 10 minutes after the seizure ended, and you go into another seizure before you um, feel, back to normal or whatever, before the headache
Yeah.
is in your then that's still within that definition of
Type status. Yeah.
yeah, 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 yeah. They
Um,
call it.
so what is what is like your specific standard when you say postictal? Because there's times that I wasn't cautious at all, but I guess I seemed cautious to people. It seemed like I was awake, I was answering questions, but then I wasn't really there because I don't remember that. But so which one
Yeah,
is cautious?
if like your brain has not start like pressed record yet again, I think that's part of it. Like if you're answering questions, but you don't remember answering those questions like
Yeah.
afterwards, something, like the when I was at the EMU and they had recorded them, I thought that I had just rolled over onto the button because they were just leaving the bedroom or leaving the room. Um, so uh, I, uh, dang it, yeah, I had the tonic clonic. I came out of it. They asked me who the president was, this, that, and the other, and they um, seemed satisfied that I was done, that I was out of it. And as they were leaving, was when it actually ended. When the postictal phase, my brain started hitting record again, and I was like, "Well, what happened?" I was aware for the first time after the seizure had ended. Uh, so
Yeah. Like
everything up to that point was still postictal.
I remember when my mom tells me, they're like they were talking about like he's answering questions and he sounds a little bit confused. I don't even remember answering any questions or what
Right.
questions they asked at all.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like I was at that phase to like I don't remember answering those questions. So am I cautious when my memory and when I'm officially there, or am I
Yeah.
cautious when
Like
I'm just answering questions and
when
yeah.
you're
Well,
there.
I think that's the point of the questions. They try to choose questions that would be something that only a lucid person would answer, or only a lucid person would answer correctly. So, that's why there's like that who's the president type thing. If you
Um,
answer a president from 4 years ago, then you're obviously not returned to reality. Um, that's why I hated
uh,
they asked me who's the president when I had that seizure
George
in
Washington.
December. There's like which one, the current one or the one that's going to be sworn in like two
um,
weeks? The next elected one. It was, yeah. But sorry, yeah, Pookie.
with mine, they didn't actually. They at when I was in the city where I'm from, when they would ask that question, they stopped asking that question. Um, so I didn't have to go through that part. I knew the ambulance from my city that much that they they were basically like, "Oh, he always does this." So we noticed that after that he's done this, he's been good. So there's no reason for us to take him. It's been
Built a
like that.
rapport
Yeah.
with them.
So
Yeah.
yeah, like there was one time I was like wandering around crying. Like I looked at it on video. I don't remember being there all the way, but I watched the video and I'm just like wandering from each room and doing that, walking from each room to each room. And they were just talking to my mom like, well, we'll just if anything happens worse, we're around the corner. We're just a call away. And they didn't really do any checks. They were just like, oh, he's just doing this. He's been doing this since he stopped 10 minutes ago or whatever. and I guess they questioned me. I never sat down. I was just whining and moaning and groaning and acting like a child. Yeah, I was just throwing a tantrum as they were asking me questions. That's what I was doing, moaning and groaning, and yeah, that sound that I made, that's what I was doing, just really loud. Um, yeah, I looked at it on the video, looked like an absolute fool. Um, Go ahead, Angel.
With mine, like I said, I don't even remember ambulance rides. Every time I come through, I woke up. I remember the last time I woke up in the ER. This is when I was still married. My wife was there already, so she had enough time to get there. And she told me the story afterwards that I had went down wherever I went down, the person called the ER, and somehow I don't know how they got to my wife, but basically she had enough time to get there, and that's when I remember my like, okay, she was there, you know, and it's been a lot of times I'm remembering the ER visits with when I was younger. It's always been when somebody, basically, like the most times it was my father when he was already in the ER already, and I don't come back until then. So it's like that's how long gone I'm out.
Yeah, I remember a time where I had a seizure. Um, I don't even know how many seizures I had, or even if it was just one, or how bad it was. But I remember having a seizure, and I don't remember having the seizure. I remember coming to and asking, "Did anything happen?" And they said, "Yeah, that's the fourth time you asked us that. You had a seizure. We keep saying that." And that's why I was like, was I actually cautious then? Because when I came to, it's me coming to and asking what happened. And they said that was the fourth time I asked that. So was I cautious? Does that mean I was cautious when I was there, I guess, and just not answering? Well, I guess I was answering questions and asking questions, and they thought I was back. So
I mean, I don't know. I think if you remember asking those questions,
I
I
don't.
can't tell. But at the same time, it's like Mark said, it's when your brain starts pressing record. That's when you restart remembering things.
Okay. Is that when I'm actually cautious? When I start recording again, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I wasn't conscious for all these times where they said I was conscious and the ambulance left because they thought I was okay because it's what I usually do. So yeah, a lot of those times I should have actually went to the hospital. But that was what I usually do, so they were used to that. Like the ambulance, they know me so well. Yeah. They told my boss at my job to calm down. They was like, calm down, we got this. We know him. She just backed up like, y'all got this. And after that, every time she called him, she just got out of the way. My seizures were really bad that they were happening that often. So we're, yeah. I knew the guy in the ambulance who always said hello to me. I think he was the chief. You guys know your fire department?
Not personally, no, but I kind of feel like I want to. My family has a secret fudge recipe, so I kind of want to make a batch of our family's fudge and bring it over to the fire station. You know, those guys deal with a lot, and they brought me to the ER, 2 years ago. is a whole, what, 2 mile drive. The ride was just like around the corner, basically. It's nuts. Um, shortest ER ambulance run ever, possibly, probably. I mean, well, a contender at least. It would be hard to do less.
Okay. When does the
What's up,
postictal
guys?
state? When does it start? When does postictal officially start? If it
When
comes to
seizure stops, the electrical activity in the brain, when that ends, then the recovery period, the ictal is the seizure period. Ictal, I think ictal is Greek for seize or seizure or something along the lines. Um, I'm going to look that up right now.
So, I mean, that would
okay,
be everything
Dual,
is
yeah,
part of the
adjective
seizure.
related to seizure.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
hey James.
Hey,
Peace,
James.
yo.
James.
Hey, guys.
yeah, I guess
So,
it's an English word from ictus.
So go ahead, Kevin.
if everything is part of the seizure, is there a certain point where the synapses and everything has reached a certain measurable calm? I mean, your senses. Uh, is there a way to measure that, or I mean,
Um,
if on the other side we can measure that auras are um, escalating into uh, epileptic stage, on the other side, can we uh, do the same? I know we feel confused and everything, but that has to be the result of something going on in the brain. And can we, uh, like I said, somehow measure brain status or I don't know.
I don't know if it's just mine that are as bad as I'm explaining, but now that I'm explaining them, it sounds really bad. I didn't know mines were that bad. But there's another one I had. Well, not another one. The one where I said that I was wandering around, crying and wandering and just whimpering and acting like a child. I didn't exactly know when that postictal state starts because I don't remember walking around and wandering around doing all that. I seen all that on video, but when I came to, my mother was asleep and she was behind me. She was in the bed with me and she was asleep. And I said, I don't feel good. And she said, it's okay. You had a seizure earlier. So that's what I'm trying to see. Like, when does my official postictal state start? If I don't remember up to, did anything happen? She's like, yeah, you had a seizure a little earlier. I need to figure out
Yeah,
exactly what postictal means.
yeah, I was gonna say that.
Post-ictal means after seizure, so it officially begins as soon as the seizure itself is over. So that's literally what the word means. Ictal is seizure, or yeah, ictus is seizure. So with the AL adjective modifier, it becomes a descriptor. So of or relating to a seizure is ictal. And then post-ictal, therefore, would be after seizure-related activity.
Okay.
So
So again, with this question, that takes me back then. So if I have a focal and I wander around, and then I come to. I'm ictal when I come to.
You are ictal while you are wandering around. When you come to, when the wandering ends, is when the seizure ends, when the ictal phase ends. So when you come to would be post-ictal.
Okay, so that's what I mean. It's like I'm very unsure because most of those, that's what it feels like. It feels like my wandering seizure where I miss hours afterwards. And then they're like, you had a seizure earlier. And like I said, those times where I checked the camera and they had told me that, I seen the video of me just like having a little tantrum, wandering back and forth. And the ambulance had came and gone. And yeah, I remember myself said, I'm going to sleep. And I went to sleep and seen that on camera. But like I said, hours later, I woke up and I was wondering, does ictal start when I go, okay, I think I had a seizure? And, um, but ictal is when I was walking around having a tantrum. Um, and yeah.
Yeah, the ictal is when the seizure starts. The uh,
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, the whole
post-ictal.
thing is kind of vaguely like from a subjective standpoint, the whole thing is pretty vaguely defined. I don't know if it would really be possible to differentiate from within the experience when the seizure ends and when the postictal phase begins if your brain is not recording memories either way. Like, how will you remember if you came to from the seizure if your brain isn't recording yet that you came to from the seizure? And it would also depend heavily on the location of the seizure, the significant, like the degree of the seizure. There's a lot of variables there that can all come into play and all change a lot of things. So I don't know, Pookie, you
Um,
have something?
yeah, that just takes me back to um, I had a focal unaware, and I went from a whole different county to another county, wandering. I came to when I was like, where am I at? Getting off the bus, and that's at least 4 hours later because I took 3 buses and a train. And that's when I'm trying to think if the whole thing is a focal unaware, then essentially I'm postictal when I come to and say I'm here, or what's the postictal, I guess, word if yeah, where does postictal start when after I have a focal unaware for 4 to 5 hours? Don't know how long it was, but yeah.
Yeah. It's
I mean, it might.
when you realize when you're at another county, that might be where the post it goes starts.
It might have been part of like that half of that time that you're just wherever, you know, when you go somewhere
Okay.
and you sit down and you just are sitting there and kind of non-responsive or something, uh, before you remember where, like, what happened, that might be the post-ictal part, like where you stopped wandering, you sat down, but you're not getting up, you're not doing anything, you're not saying anything to anybody. So your brain may have finished seizing and may just be, you know, not
Um, my seizure started. My seizure started when I left work. I remember working a whole shift, and then I remember saying, I'm not feeling good. And they were like, well, the shift is over anyway, so you can go. And then I remember waking up, and like I said, it had to be at least 3 to 4 hours later. Um, and that's when I was like, where am I? And why am I on this bus? Let's get off the bus. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. If I was in a focal unaware phase that whole time, postictal was when I got to and noticed, right? You're on mute.
Without
Yep.
having an EEG with the electrodes showing whether your brain is actively seizing or not. I don't think there's any way to tell
I don't think
until
that's
you like clearly remember and are conscious and everything.
Okay.
I've
I
And
don't
that's
think
I've
why I
had
was
like
thinking,
EEGs are that accurate in determining that, because I was looking at a post, I think it was yesterday or the other day, and it was reminding me of my EEGs when I was younger, and I was not having seizures or anything, but it was constantly, going abnormal and everything, off the charts, pretty much. And my season then, you know.
so with me, that was another thing is if the postictal phase with the focal unaware state, like I said, I left somewhere else, so I didn't know where I was officially come to at. But that takes me back to since I was at home one time, and I think some hours later they said it was the fourth time I had asked, "Did I have a seizure?" When does that postictal state start? Because they thought I was there and I wasn't. I don't remember asking two or three times before, and I don't remember um, specifically saying I have to go to the bathroom or I'm hungry. But those are things they said I asked, and then eventually again I asked, "Did I have a seizure?" And that's where I remember coming to. And that's what leaves me confused. Like, what is that postictal, or is postictal when they sat me down after the seizure and then sometime later I came to. I was already postictal. It's
I
very
mean,
confusing.
postictal, I think, is everything until you feel baseline back to normal from the end of the seizure. It's not necessarily the worst of everything. So, I mean, I would say, yes, it is all of that you've described, from the very end of the seizure before you even know it's the end of the seizure. Um, in that little area where only an EEG would be able to tell, and where it doesn't really matter, to be honest, all the way until you're no longer cranky and you've had your nap and you just want to get back to work or whatever, and that may take. In my experience, after a tonic-clonic, I've had 2 or 3 days where I've been sore and foggy and just can't
Um,
function at my baseline. So it's all of that I would say is postictal
um,
based on my understanding. That's what I would call postictal. Whether neurologists or whatever would all agree with me or not, that's I don't know. But
okay.
but oh,
Hold on
so
one second, James, because I'm not
okay.
gonna remember. Um,
All good.
with that being said, um, when I came to and I got off the bus, and like I said, that was three buses and a train, so it had to be 3 to 4 hours at least until I came to. But I remember about 10 minutes in between, why am I here? And I remember crossing the street. And that's where I had official TC at. I crossed the street and I went inside the parking lot of a post office and had a seizure. So postictal then seize again? Or when did that
sounds
postictal
Rubric
start?
cluster.
Yeah.
it sounds like
Yeah.
a cluster. You had a seizure and then you were postictal and then before your postictal phase, I mean, while you were still freshly in the postictal phase, it sounds like before it had even, I mean, right
Yeah.
when, before it had a chance to start subsiding, you went into another one. So that's the definition of status epilepticus, multiple seizures without fully recovering baseline consciousness between them, especially when
Yeah.
they're clonics, two tonic clonics like that. If they're a
I
little
I
vague
only
from
remember waking up
focals.
at the emergency room. So all of the leading up, I remember that little bit of like being unaware and wandering, like, where the hell am I? And wandering why I'm in my hometown instead of 17 miles away to where I live. Um, that's why I said I remember that, and I started like trying to build pieces around. Remember waking up, and yeah, I remember waking up and like walking across the street. And when I got to the emergency room, I talked about how I remember no ambulance coming. I don't remember that. I was just like, why am I here? And they were like, you had a seizure. And yeah. So postictal is very confusing to me because I could have or could have not been postictal for those 10 minutes that it took me to cross the street. Um,
I think that's part of the definition of or part of part of the definition symptoms. Symptomology of postictal is being confused. So you're dead on there.
so, okay. So,
You understand it. Your confusion is appropriate.
yeah, I was awake. I woke up. Like I said, I'm getting off the bus. I'm confused. It took me a few minutes to cross the street, and then I had to cross another, had to go like a L. So I say that was 5 to 10 minutes that it took me to cross the street and then have another one. And I remember all the time it took to cross the street. The parking lot seizure, don't remember that. I was told that by someone who helped call an ambulance. Um, yeah. So I had two postictal phases then, right? The 10 minutes in between the
Yeah, I mean the word postictal, post is after and ictal is related to seizure. So each time you have a seizure, when the seizure ends, it has a postictal phase. And then if you go into another seizure before the postictal phase is done, that's status, but then that next seizure has its own postictal. And so on and so on. If you have a cluster, that each seizure has its own postictal phase.
Yeah,
okay.
clusters and status is like a very, very thin line, the same thing.
Yeah, because I'm thinking like there had to be, like I said, the small amount of time that it took me to go across the street. I had to go straight and then I had to turn and cross again. So like I said, that must have just been a cluster because the other one had just ended a few minutes ago when I came to, got off the bus, and it would be considered a cluster once the other one started, and that was a TC. So
I don't know if it was the focal and then the focal ended and then a TC. I don't know if that would necessarily be a cluster because first off, there's the amount of time between them. The amount of time between them is so small, and the seizures had an escalation between them. From the focal unaware to the tonic clonic, um, and without recovering the baseline between them, that might actually be. I don't know. Is there? I'm kind of thinking now, or maybe I'm imagining it, but I feel like I remember hearing something about like 5 minutes between them.
yeah,
5. Well, is that
what I
I
did
know
is I
that
came
that's
to
for
what I
the
came to.
Nasolam, administer Nasolam if the seizure goes 5 minutes or longer, but is there a 5 minutes to the postictal phase between seizures in order to qualify for status epilepticus? Anybody
I
have
don't
any
know.
idea?
I was wondering also, do I go into status when I'm in a focal? If I'm focal unaware, is there a status if I'm just wandering forever? Or I'm never into status? When do I come out of it is what I want to know. When does my post-ictal phase start if I never actually have a tonic-clonic and I'm just running on E for a while? Then boom, have a TC.
Angel.
Yeah, like I was basically saying though, the crossing the street part, I got off the bus. I was like, oh, I'm confused. Where do I go? Let me get to somewhere where I know. I crossed the street to some people that I know that direction. And like I said, I was aware from getting off the bus and crossing the street. And then the hospital, I don't know how much longer, may have been hours. But yeah.
Uh, the Google's AI overview. So it may be hallucinating, who knows? Disclaimer, but it says that so the comparison between status epilepticus and a cluster, it says status epilepticus is a medical emergency defined as a single seizure lasting longer than 5 minutes or multiple seizures occurring within 5 minutes without the person returning to normal consciousness in between. While status epilepticus involves continuous or rapid succession seizure activity, seizure clusters are multiple distinct seizures. So in parentheses, there are two or more occurring within a few hours, differing from a person's usual pattern. So,
Okay.
yeah, it sounds like there's that there is that 5 minute rule, which just
With the
brings to
focal.
mind 5 second rule. Drop if your seizure drops you to the ground for 5 minutes or less, regardless of whether it's all seizures. If you can't get back up,
Okay. So
okay,
my
then
considered not getting back up would be 3 hours, right? Because, like I said, I remember leaving work, walking out the door, and they told me the next day, they told me I looked like a zombie the whole shift. And I'm like, so I've been looking like this all day, and you guys didn't let me leave work. And then I tell you, I wandered 17 miles away, and now you're worried because, yeah, they were like, you did kind of look like a zombie all day. And like I said, I don't know when I'm actually post-ictal, when actually I went 3 buses and a train, and which could be 3 hours. Like I'm just trying to imagine how much more time. And then I had to have someone come get me from there from the hospital, which was even worse. I had to call someone I knew that wouldn't scold me for having a seizure and ending up somewhere else. Um,
who would
yeah.
scold you for having a seizure?
Well, for
Mark,
going so far away,
Bad, bad epileptic. Bad.
for
No seizures.
scolding me
Stop.
for going so far away. And yeah, they didn't ask for the story of what had happened. It just I went far away, and that was the problem. Scolded for them having to come get me. You know, someone they're mad because they have to come get you, so
What,
they're constantly
did they
talking
want
shit.
gas money from you or something?
Yeah, I don't
I
know.
think Kevin had a question.
Yes. Mark, you said it was 5 minutes of uh sorry, 6 5 minutes of successive seizures. But
Multiple seizures occurring within 5 minutes without returning to normal consciousness between now.
Okay.
So status
Ye-
epilepticus is the rapid succession seizure activity, while seizure clusters are multiple distinct seizures occurring within a few hours. And
Okay,
that,
never mind.
yeah,
I've had way over 5 minutes of seizures, but I've never lost consciousness.
Yeah,
Does
it's that
read
part
up
that
on
says,
a
does it
go ahead.
it just says returning to normal consciousness. It doesn't say regaining consciousness. If you're
yeah,
in an altered state from being in this seizure activity, that's not normal consciousness, right? Even
yeah, it
postictal,
is.
if you have a seizure and you're still postictal before going into the next one within 5 minutes, that sounds like that fits these criteria here, as long as Google's AI overview is correct. So none of us are doctors. Don't take this as medical advice,
Yeah,
but
I'm getting medical advice
this
from
this
from
is
epileptics.
this is what I am interpreting from what I see in the text here. I don't know if I don't
I'm
know
still
if
asking
Kevin, if
questions.
you agree with my
I
parsing of
still
the
didn't agree with
language
my
there.
doctor.
I'm still unsure of what's going on.
We're
Because
talking
I like
the two stories.
angels
Okay.
glasses.
Oh
Thank you,
yeah,
those
Twister.
glasses for which
it goes good with the haircut, everything.
Yeah.
yes.
Like my grandmother would say, all dapper.
Dapper.
Although
I
to
get that
be
word all the
honest,
time.
I did like the beard, the hair, all kind of the same. It was good. The beard that you grow it in nicely, and that it fills in and all that connects very nicely. I I don't I liked it.
The
Makes me
handlebar?
like
The
going
handlebar?
out. You think what handlebar? Oh, I could never pull off handlebar. Definitely not like you do. You
That's
got
funny.
you got the what you call.
The
Are there parts of a
mhm.
mustache to like do mustache aficionados have names for
Yeah.
like the upper lip over here part versus the like the sides there on the sides? Is that where the
Oh,
wrist
yeah, I don't know.
starts coming up?
Yeah, no specific terms that I know of. I just know, yeah, it kind of all grows in together. And sometimes like the funny pictures I've shown you guys with my super long one, where like I incorporate the beard hair into the mustache and then it goes all the way up.
Oh man,
All the
that's
way up here, all crazy, and like like in like a 10-inch long like mustache. Like I do that like I don't know once or twice a year just to
is
because
that
it's
from
the
the
kids at
pulling
school find it funny, but
is that
usually
pulling
it's
it
just
in from the beard you said, or is that all actual mustacheness?
my mustache should probably be like I don't know like 4 inches long or so, but if I like incorporate like the beard hair in with it, then I can get it like way like way up here and do some just like in crazy silly stupid stuff with it. I usually don't do it that yeah, like I said, just a couple times a year and maybe just for some funny stuff at at the for the kids at school, but I just usually keep it
Do
the
you
shorter
take
mustache.
your pocket watch with you?
Oh, I wear those almost every day anyway, so
Oh,
I mean
Um,
you can see in the background there I got like a million of them.
no,
I almost
yeah,
always
yeah.
yeah,
I look at
I
them.
have I have one pocket watch.
oh
It was
nice.
a groomsman's gift. I
I've
don't
never
remember
seen one in
where I
person.
did have. I used
Show
to
them.
keep it on the side, like
Show
in the
them.
little pouch, the little coin pouch thing. I had this I was breaking in this pair of raw denim jeans, like a
Oh,
21
nice.
ounce monster weight denim, and I wanted to get the circular outline of the pocket watch in there, so I had the chain up from the side over where my
I like
keys
your
kind of
tool.
up. Do what?
The
Oh,
tool. Yeah.
yeah, hell yeah. Because I'm one of those like insufferable tool fans that Maynard
Yeah.
talks about. He uses language that is not YouTube safe to describe
Yeah.
things like me. Yes.
Hey.
Hey,
So just I'll bring it back on topic. Because what I was gonna say earlier is with the postictal stuff is I've had like both ends of it. Like I've had times where when I first wake up, like I or you know come to and start to remember and everything, it'll be somebody and they're just like, calm down, it's okay. You had a seizure, it was 15 minutes ago. And then I've also had a couple of other times, like the picture I posted when, we had the thread on there on Reddit. It was like, your worst injury from a seizure. And I posted the picture with my black eye and everything. That was like, that was like 2 hours after I had the actual seizure. And I had no clue, no memory of anything between. So sometimes it's, 15 minutes between having the seizure and remembering, and other times it's, a couple of hours and then waking up and remembering. It's, yeah, I don't know, maybe it's different. Like we always say, it's different for everybody, right? But I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, it's just like both ends of it. It can be, yeah, a few minutes or it can be a couple of hours, and yeah, it's just weird not knowing what happens for like that chunk of your life, right?
Yeah, I just went and asked for my medical history, and what I'm being told is um, her exact words were, I asked her, like, can she tell when the postictal phase starts when I come to and when I have a seizure? I mean, when I have more than one seizure. And she was like, sometimes you're just staring off, even when I talk to you. Um, and then that's when she said, on the days where I have two seizures, she was like, I can tell when you're going to have another one because you're either staring off for a while and then you say something and then you have a seizure. So uh, that just left me more confused. Now I don't know when that postictal phase started when her, if I was just sitting there blank staring and then I had another one. And remembering after that one is what I remember. And she was like, oh no, you were there. Not to my knowledge. Um, so yeah, me asking people for stories is not helping figure out when postictal phase starts. Um, hey AJ, how you doing? Oh, Twister. I almost said
Hi.
Twisted Sister.
well,
Um,
why not say it?
why not what?
Why not say it?
Twisted Sister? Um, I was gonna say, oh man, I had to remember Twisted Sister. I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, the icebreaker. The icebreaker for you and AJ. Um, I don't think James got it either.
No, no. What is it?
Hold on one second. It is, at your age, what are you actually concerned about?
Dying.
Same.
Okay, give me another one because that's the easy way out.
Dying in my sleep.
Mm. What
Before
about you?
40, it's a possibility because
Oh,
I'm med resistant. Remember?
yeah. My answer was my mother. I'm more worried about her health right now because she is diabetic, and I haven't lived with her for 10 years, and she was diagnosed with diabetes in between the time where we didn't live with each other.
1 or 2?
And now that I don't know, now that I do live with her, I see
Well,
she does
Ask
not eat
her.
healthy. She
Ask
doesn't eat
her.
healthy at all. Her eating habits have made me gain 30 pounds since I moved in with her.
Ask
And
her.
yeah, I love the weight. But I'm working on it. Baby steps. I'm stopping her from eating pasta
Oh,
and I'm
yeah.
slowing down. Baby steps. You can't take everything from her. I was trying to get her to stop smoking cigarettes as well. So I make sure there's weed here so she can at least smoke. And yeah, if there's weed, she won't smoke cigarettes. That's my answer to that one. Uh, Other than that, I'm working on the food, but you can't do it every day. Just take everything from her. I thought about just cutting out pork and then cutting out other meats, but
Mm.
yeah, can't do that in other people's houses. I mean, like cold turkey, no. But
They're
yeah,
good for you because uh they amp up your sugar. They make you the sugar levels uh uh how do you say, uh Angel, help me with that.
good, correct, good. I don't know. I know that's not the word you're looking for.
Uh
Distributing
The
To
right track.
levels,
insulin. Insulin.
even
um
even now,
They they are on the right track. You don't have spikes.
yeah,
we understand at the very least, even if you don't get the right word. I
yeah,
think we
something
know
like that.
we're going to, to even out the
Even out, yeah, something
level
like that.
level.
Because my husband
Still,
is diabetic too.
diabetic
I
too.
had a I had a cat that was diabetic.
Oh,
Had to give him insulin shots.
Oh
So
wow, where is he?
not that I'm an expert, but um,
I
his
had,
name was Captain Steve French. He passed away 3 years ago. Uh, 3 years ago on February 13th.
oh, I'm sorry.
He was very important to me. He helped me through a lot of um, tough times, but um, yeah, that's that's okay. It's
I forgot
taken
what I
years
was.
to get over that, even though he was just a cat. It's interesting. Um,
I forgot what I was. Oh, the icebreaker for AJ. I did not ask you yet, or James. Yeah. At your age, what are you actually concerned about?
I will say not being able to achieve my dreams and still be dependent on my mother.
Oh, murdered? Yeah.
Because right now we are in a process of renovating our new home, and I realize how much money you need to spend on materials, and it scares me. I I live all my life with a lot of money and not being stressed about not having money or asking myself if I can afford or need to make some sacrifice in order to um, purchase something. and I want to have the same uh, lifestyle for my, let's say, next children or my future family. And also, I don't want to be a burden for them. Yeah, that's my final answer.
Who was next? Wait,
James and
James.
Andrea.
Andrea was here earlier, but I did forget your answer, Andrea, to the icebreaker. What are you, what's the thing? What are you actually concerned about?
Just trying to get my shit together right now.
Gotcha. Yeah.
I don't remember answering this earlier, but mine would be dementia.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
that's a good one.
eventually we all are gonna get it.
I was gonna say,
Osteoporosis
But I
and
feel
shit
like
like that.
it's coming on faster with
Yeah.
all the aphasia and everything.
Yeah.
It just feels like it's coming on faster.
Yep.
mm,
Bring it on.
Live for today. I mean, I didn't answer this question either. Yeah, I'm just concerned about getting assimilated back into society and uh getting a good job and having some fun, you know. Let's take advantage of the good fortune I've had. So next step in life, let's have
Yeah,
some fun.
today is a gift.
mm,
Next, I said today is a gift. Tomorrow is a mystery.
right.
But eventually you have to live the moment because if you
Yes.
don't, you're gonna live the rest of your life with the question, what if I have done it?
No
It's better to
regrets.
No
it's better
regret.
to do a shit and then later regret it than not doing it.
Yeah, I think
Um,
that's beautifully put, AJ.
I got something. It says, not sure if I had a seizure or not. 16-year-old female, and I was playing video games in the living room last night. And the last thing I remember was when it was at 3:37 a.m. when I was texting my girlfriend. I woke up around 7:25 a.m. in my bed, completely naked. My shirt and underwear were on the floor, and my pants were downstairs. I found my phone and headphones on the TV stand. I was talking with my mom, and she told me that our neighbor told her she heard a loud bang around 6:30 a.m. So I texted my dad, and he said it was probably him leaving for work. I usually have tonic-clonic seizures, but I don't feel weak, dizzy, or have any bruises on me. I have a headache and I feel really tired, but my medication usually makes me feel that way. I've been seizure free since January 5th, 2025. I'm really confused, and I think I was just having a rough night, but I need some insight. Is this normal? No, it's not normal. Well, having the headache afterwards, I can say is normal, but that leads me back to when does her postictal phase start if she went to sleep? She just remembers waking up in the morning. She was asking for some insight on her post. You guys aren't looking very insightful.
Um, I was trying to reach the
I
microphone, but
I need to go
yeah,
feed the cats. I'll be right back.
okay. But in my situation, I had some episodes where I end up waking up fully naked, and my mom told me that um, after a seizure, my body temperature is very high, and I end up taking off all my clothes,
Mine
and I
too.
don't
I have
care if I'm in
seizures.
public.
Yeah, fevers is common for me during postictal. Um, yeah, that and the postictal headache, and that's how I know I had a seizure. The first comment here says that doesn't sound like a seizure. Second comment says maybe just amnesia. It just happened to me before. I woke up in another room with a headache, bruises, and a broken foot. The works. The epileptologist said I could have tripped and passed out from the pain. I don't recall anything. I know my seizure pattern, and it's not anything like it. It sounds very seizure-like something people need cameras for. I got one here. It says, "What is this seizure type? Acts like a tonic-clonic, but it's not. But without the loss of consciousness, like I can't see during it, during it, everything is extremely blurry, and I can hear some sounds while I can't hear other sounds, and I can't feel pain of me biting my cheek and tongue, but I can feel myself biting down. There's something where I can feel the pain from it rarely. I know it isn't a tonic-clonic because I'm not unconscious as far as I'm aware, but it starts out as body stiffening, then rhythmic jerking lasting around 2 to 5 minutes." Um, this sounds like the one that me and Angel keep talking about, and being awake while you're having a tonic-clonic. They keep saying it's not possible, but I'm hearing more and more stories about it. Doctor says that can't be a seizure. What do you guys think about that?
What?
Well,
Did
they
I?
said it can't be a tonic-clonic seizure or a grand mal, but it's like, what is it? What is it? And we're asking you what it is. You know,
What
Right.
are symptoms?
it's pretty
It looks
much
like a
this.
grand mal to everyone around us. It's gonna look like a grand mal, like regular, but I can see everything and I can hear, and I, like the person said, I can feel myself gritting my teeth and biting my tongue. I can't feel the pain from biting my tongue, but I can tell I'm biting down on something. I can't stop it. I just gotta wait until I come out of it. Um,
You write it out. It's a,
Oh,
it's like a focal aware. I wouldn't call it. I don't know. I wouldn't call it a myoclonic, but it feels more like if you look up the full tonic clonic definition, it will follow that from somebody watching it from the outside.
right.
And yet us on the inside can actually see it. And it's been happening to people posting on Reddit more and more lately. And it's just like we ask our doctors, like they don't know what the hell it is, you know?
Right. They act like it's unheard of, like they've never heard of it before. And I'm hearing it a lot and more on Reddit. And like I said, somebody told me it could be a complex partial, which I still haven't looked that up to see exactly what that is. But um, yeah, for someone to say they don't happen, I'm sure seeing it more and more lately. And
I
like I
looked up
said,
complex partial, and complex just means you go unaware pretty much.
oh, I was aware.
Yeah, I was
That is a
aware.
complex partial. Um, yeah, we got to get some research studies started. Um, mm,
I mean, there's over what, 30 types of seizures, and
40 plus.
people, new medicines are being introduced. Who knows what's happening to us when we get introduced to new medications or stuff.
mm. Um, on this same post that we were talking about, when they asked what type of seizure is it, one of the comments here says it's definitely not a tonic-clonic. You lose consciousness with those. I have 4 types of seizures, and that's one of them. For them to say they have that kind of seizure, they still didn't tell what it is, and they said it's definitely not a tonic-clonic. But that's exactly what I get when I'm having it. I'm hearing everybody saying he's having a seizure. Get him. Get a pillow. Get this and that. So I don't know what people are saying when they're saying it doesn't look like tonic clonic and all that.
It's just migraines. It's probably
Ah,
migraines.
just a panic attack, huh?
Yeah, and yeah, panic attacks and migraines.
They're probably going to tell me I have PNES seizures too.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I forgot about those. Yes.
What do you think about that, Angel? You think they're going to tell you that you're having PNES seizures too?
So that's the emergency room that tried to treat me for 6 hours.
Hmm. Yeah. Like I
And
said,
forgive me if I sound sarcastic. I'm trying to be the best at holding
Oh
my
no, I
sanity.
love you being sarcastic, Twisted.
I love it. Um, but I got something. It says thoughts on Clobazam.
Go ahead, AJ.
Oh, you got something, AJ?
Yeah, I have. A few weeks ago, I asked my psychiatric about the penis, and she said, in case of functional seizure, the emergency medication will not work. I had those type of seizure you're talking about, and every time when they will give me the rescue med, they will definitely work.
Come again?
I said, when I have this type of seizure where I'm aware and having tonic-clonic movement, if you give diazepam through IV, in my
Yeah,
case, it's working. If it's a PNS seizure, it will not work. You will still
yeah.
have it.
If it was PNES, it like seizure medications would not work. I think that's what AJ was trying to say.
Yeah.
And yeah, I agree with her because guess what stopped mine? Clonazepam.
And also, she said to me, if you have functional seizure or PNS, I don't know how you call it.
PNES.
If you
Hmm.
change the treatment and you see a major change in your seizure number or they lower, it means you have epilepsy. AZ do not work on PNS seizure.
I got something. It says thoughts on Clobazam. My neuro prescribed me Clobazam, and I would like to hear what you guys thought about it, if it worked, and any side effects. The first comment here says, my child is on it. When the dose was too high, they were going hypothermic at night, heart rate too low, too lethargic during the days. At a reasonable dose, I'm not sure it did much, honestly, but everyone handles strange things differently.
Same.
Another comment here says, I've been on it for the last year and a half. While it hasn't stopped my seizures, it has helped keep them from getting worse. Clobazam, you guys, how's the side effects to that? Anybody taking it or on it, or what's up, Twister?
I'm taking it.
So, how are the side effects treating you?
Oh, but with Vimpat and other shit,
Hmm.
sonnisamide, lacosamide, or Vimpat.
How's Clobazam like when you take it? Like any fatigue changes?
Oh, they're supposed to uh clonazepam, no, clobazam.
What was it?
No, I know. I said clonazepam is the bigger one. It's basically, I'm not going to get the exact dosage right, but
Yeah.
clobazam is like one clonazepam is like 10 clobazams.
No.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, it's a stronger benzo.
not for me.
That's
Also
just like
supposed to be have less addictive
Yeah.
characteristics, and so, but I'm on it, and it seems pretty effective. It does put you to sleep because I take it at night, and
Yeah,
so
you're supposed to
and
take
uh,
it at night.
and but I
10 or 20.
still feel tired during the day, and probably some other side effects.
10 or 20. No, 10 or 20
10 or 20
Hmm?
what?
milligrams.
Oh, milligrams. Okay. I can't. I'm
Oh,
all over. I'm all over the place. 40 milligrams at night.
Wow.
oh
Yeah,
shit.
yeah, yeah. Because I'm like reading people's posts, and they're like 5 milligrams of clobazam. I can't believe it. And I'm like,
Oh,
I'm taking 40. So
Hmm.
but um, you're not on any AEDs or
I'm on two other AEDs and a VNS.
oh shit.
So that's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say because a lot of the posts I read and people are like, oh, it's doing a lot to me, and I'm on 5 milligrams or 10 milligrams, and then you're like 40, and I'm trying to just imagine like me being up with you at 5 a.m. your time, like I was that one time. How
Oh,
do you have insomnia as well as clobazam?
Huh? I sleep well. I actually do sleep well. And I have some energy and you know, weird. It's really weird. Oh my God,
Yeah,
I don't know how to
I
explain this.
remember. I remember it was three. No, yeah, it was 3 o'clock my time, and you said the sun was coming up, and I said I'm gonna get some sleep before the sun comes up here, and you said I should get some sleep too, and I'm like,
Yeah,
how do you need sleep at 6 a.m. and you're on 40 milligrams of clobazam, and people are dying from 5 milligrams and going to sleep and dozing off and stuff. It's amazing that you're even here. Like,
I I I don't
Yeah,
know.
I think
Did I adjust to it or something? I don't know. Is
yeah,
is that
I did the
possible?
conversion. The
Huh.
conversion of zero point 0.5 milligrams of clonazepam equals 10 milligrams, 10 to 20 milligrams of
oh, and I'm
clobazam.
also on clonazepam.
Yeah, clonazepam is a stronger one.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So zero point
um,
0.5 equals 10 to 20 of clobazam.
yeah,
um, Twisted, how many? What type of epilepsy do you have?
all of it. Was all of
Um,
it, all of them.
all of them?
Oh,
Um,
I don't
yeah,
want
because you
any
said,
kind anymore.
well,
all of
what they call it when you don't have a reason is idiopathic. So that's what kind you have, Angel. I was trying to figure out, like, Twisted.
oh,
Why did?
because of my tumor.
Oh, okay. So, all right.
And it got infected and they uh it it gave me encephalitis or some shit and
Encephalitis.
meningitis or some shit. Uh, and I'm just here
Yeah.
existing.
Like us all, just here existing.
Yeah,
Uh,
stealing people's oxygen.
Off the thoughts on clobazam. One more comment here says works well for me. My only side effect is some fatigue, but I was more fatigued on Keppra than clobazam. Hmm. Another comment here says it helps decrease my seizures, but I became more irritable and outspoken than usual. I fall asleep in less than half an hour after taking it. Another comment here says this drug sent me into some of the worst seizures I've ever had. Works great for others, though. One more, it says I'm on it, and it's been a medication that I didn't notice any side effects with. Every other medication I have had noticeable side effects with. Maybe makes me more sleepy and forgetful, but I don't know. So, how you guys doing today? How you guys feeling?
Like I was hit by a truck, but okay.
Did you have a
Yeah.
seizure?
No, I just keep getting nauseous and hot and sweaty and weird, but then it goes away.
Are you sure
So
you're
you're having
not
flashes.
having seizures?
Yeah, I must be having hot flashes. I'm going through menopause probably.
Oh,
Oh,
Well,
I
I
didn't
mean,
say
I
oh,
hot
get
for
hot
the fourth
flashes.
flashes too.
time.
It could have been auras or anything, but I'm just saying flashes.
Yeah, I don't know.
Um,
For the fourth time, Andrea?
Third time.
Third time is a charm.
um, it says I am tired. Hey everyone, I'm an 18-year-old guy who has nocturnal epilepsy. My worst seizures, besides some really frequent spasms, involve me literally running down the stairs. I only come to when I've scraped my knees or something like that. I should mention that I've had this problem since I was 6, with it getting a little better around 14 and then coming back around 16. Right around 16, when the seizures got worse, I started getting CT scans and tests to figure out what was going on. Apparently, I have frontal lobe epilepsy that starts while I'm sleeping. So I started taking meds, 200 milligrams of carbamazepine, and the epilepsy calmed me down, at least until today. Actually, today I had another epileptic seizure complete with a scraped knee. I'm scared mostly because I think I'm in a more or less calm period, and because I'm still taking medication, so I can't figure out why this attack happened. If anyone else, if anyone else, it thinks it's normal to have some relapses even while on medication, please let me know. Um, yeah, did you guys hear that? How I heard it?
It
Uh,
sounds like they're asking if breakthroughs are normal.
Um,
And the answer to that would be not if
Anything.
they stabilized. I mean, it sounds like they're in denial a bit. They don't want to admit to something that they already know.
Yeah.
I got the first comment here. I'll read this. It says, it is normal to have seizures while on medication. You're finding the right dose. Sometimes you'll have a stronger seizure than the meds can handle. It's okay. If that happens repeatedly, work on managing the triggers and ask your doctor about possible med changes. Frontal lobe epilepsy is particularly funky and can have strange seizures and manifestations. Keep track of weird mood changes and ask people you trust to watch you for behavioral changes. Strange behaviors and inappropriate feelings are really common with frontal lobe seizures. Be safe with nocturnal seizures. I'd suggest getting a camera for when you sleep to keep track of the strange nightmare behavior.
Well, and just weird movements, arm movemts, flailing, and stuff, legs kicking, bicycle type movements and stuff are kind of
Marching.
typical hypermotor automatisms is what the neurologist had called them when I had showed them a video. Another data point when you have nocturnal seizures, heart rate. It's not always something linked to seizure activity, but a majority of the time there is an increase in heart rate when somebody is having a seizure. So, yeah, get a heart rate monitor of whatever flavor you prefer, if possible. Yeah. Um, and it provided an opportunity to add a couple more like medical alert thingies to the band there and just clipped them onto the so yeah, it's something to take note of. That was the video that I have of the frontal lobe weird gestures, movements, kicking and stuff was only something I found when I had said, or when I had seen in my Fitbit that I had jumped from 60 BPM to 187 BPM just like instantaneously in the course of just a single minute. And so when I took that timestamp and I checked the video camera that I had at that time, that's when I saw my arms moving around. And that's how I knew that that wasn't just, you know, dreaming, sleeping movements and stuff. I've got a pretty high level of confidence that that is a video of a seizure that I have, a video of a nocturnal seizure, and so my EMU stay had shown that I had the activity on the right side. So that's what the neurologist had said, that everything there looked, the movements, the nature of the movements, the gestures that I was making with my arms and legs looked consistent with the right frontal lobe. So getting that on camera, apparently neurologists can tell, or at least maybe talented neurologists can tell from
Good point.
the nature of the movements and gestures that you're making, what part of the brain the focal activity might be, or even what part of the frontal lobe that, because there's a lot of substructures in all of these lobes that we call them.
Even things as such as like hallucinations even, and I know we tend to like back off because we don't want people to think we're crazy, but there can be oral uh or you know what I mean, the hearing ones.
Audio.
Yeah, audio hallucinations, and you think you heard something and no one else heard it, and that can lead to, okay, we can probably pinpoint something right there, on the left side of the brain, whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Whichever side of the brain it is, I guess. I'm not sure. Isn't the left side more the processing cognitive and the right side more of the sensory motor creative stuff?
You
Yeah,
know
I
better
think
So
than
they're
me.
I
doing
think
the
they told me the
opposite.
left side
This is my right
was.
side. This is my left.
Whatever. What's right and left
Yeah,
now?
I mean it's a 50-50 shot, I guess. I don't know if the camera,
I got something here.
but
It says,
I've got a post here
all
that
right,
I
go
would like
ahead.
to share, if that's all right.
Go ahead. I got mine on
Yeah,
standby.
yeah. Okay. Um, it is titled, I'm 99% sure I am having focal aware seizures and I'm scared. Uh, these, what I think are focal aware seizures, have happened 3 times, and there is usually some time between them. They are unpredictable and sudden. The one I had yesterday, I was sitting at a restaurant listening to live music, enjoying my time, and all of a sudden I get butterflies slash drop in my stomach, what feels like a boom in my body. I can't really hear. And in parentheses, they say everything sounds distant and muffled. My vision gets blurry and tunnels. I get a floaty, euphoric feeling like I'm out of my body. I can't really, or I can't talk or really think. I get a very strong sense of doom, like I'm dying, it says in parentheses again, and it lasts for maybe 30 seconds. I have been experiencing very frequently body jerks, and my eyes will jerk to the right multiple times a day. From my research, this is textbook focal seizures, and I've read that when these happen, they usually lead to a grand mal. So now I am terrified to be alone or do anything. I messaged my neurologist last night and told him what happened, and he said it could be a panic attack or something benign, but the symptoms do match a seizure, so he thinks we should do an EEG. I'm so scared. I don't want to have another one, and I don't want them to worsen. Praying it's a benign cause. So the top comment just says, really hope the EEG gives you some clear answers. The not knowing is probably the worst part right now. That euphoric slash doom combo sounds terrifying, but at least you're being proactive about getting it checked out. So yeah, they already had a neurologist to message, so that's ahead of the game for most people when they, or I guess what I imagine most people when they have a first suspected seizure. So what do you guys think? Um, does this sound seizure-y? Does this sound panicky? Um, does it sound
It
familiar?
sounds like a little bit of both.
Yeah, panicking
Um,
about having a seizure, maybe.
yeah,
Yeah.
the unsure. Um, and I know what they mean by that unsure phase.
And it can be scary going through those focal aware ones.
Yeah, just
I
the
mean, the
unsure phase.
scariness, the fear can be a symptom of the focal aware, right? The euphoria sounds interesting to me. This is the first at least that I can recall right now offhand, first mention of euphoria associated with a seizure. So that's kind of interesting to me, I suppose. I don't know. Have you guys, I mean, have you read any posts about it? Have you seen or heard anybody on here talking about it?
No, I haven't. Not
No.
yet. Um, what was I
Kevin, do
gonna
you
say?
have any input? Any thoughts?
Well, yeah, the euphoria thing with like I don't know one of the sex seizures. That's just a theory I'm throwing out there.
That's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I
It's
wonder if there's a triggering aspect in that sense, or if it would be a symptom, if there is um, a connection there. Well, that's interesting.
It's been 5 o'clock.
Then Pat o'clock was 7:30.
No, my time
We're
is.
at o'clock.
I just took it.
Are you on VimPat too? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. Okay. So,
I enjoyed VinPat. Out of all the medicines I ever taken, I think it provided the least amount of side effects for me. So, but many people have the opposite side effects and compare it to like a demon like Kepra. So I don't know.
yeah.
Yeah.
The
I
only
mean,
reason I'm not on it no more is because it wasn't working anymore. So they're like, yeah, it's not working anymore. So we're putting you on Xcopri.
that's all. That's a shame. That's always a shame when you have to switch meds, not because of any side effect tolerance problem, but because it has been effective
It,
and it just is changing and it loses that effectiveness. That's
this is the life of medication resistance. It's not working anymore.
Pookie.
I got two things. One thing was Twisted. I'm gonna come to where you're at. I want to go to Texas. I was watching a show, and
When?
it's recorded in Texas. Landman.
Oh, that's in Odessa.
Oh yeah, it seems like a very nice place to not go, but
Oh, that's in Odessa. And it's 8 hours from here.
ooh,
Texas is like the size of its own country. It's gigantic.
Yeah. I'm
Isn't it
yeah.
the
surprised.
second largest after Alaska by land? Or California?
No,
Say that again.
Alaska is the biggest state.
Second,
No.
Alaska. Alaska's gigantic, right?
Yeah.
I'm unsure which is bigger.
I thought
Lower
California was the
48.
biggest.
It's the biggest of the lower 48, that's for sure. That's definitely for sure. I think. Well, yeah, I say that right confidently, right after I had been questioning that earlier.
Google it.
Without
I
doing any
have
research between them,
my U.S.
decided to change
citizenship.
my mind and be confident.
I'll just say it's really important for Texans to have the biggest stuff. So I'll
Everything's
give
bigger in Texas.
I'll give
Yeah.
you that. Texas is the biggest state.
I love
Google
that
says
Texas
Alaska
has
is.
its own official pepper, like its own official pepper variety, the Pequin.
Google says that Alaska is bigger than Texas. It's the
Oh,
biggest state.
Yes, but it's not part of the lower 48 states, right? It's separated from Washington State by a gap that Canada owns.
You
That's
can't get
that's
lower than Texas unless you're
it's not
Hawaii.
Canada,
Florida.
those people.
Oh
Huh?
yeah, Hawaii. Yeah, you're right.
Just like a little gap, right? Something. I don't know. They
Yeah.
always they always separate Hawaii and Alaska in the the weather reports on like the national morning news on the big like ABC, NBC, CBS, whatever. But
Texas is the second biggest state, and California is the third.
Yeah.
where's
In
Florida?
California,
Florida's number 5, right?
uh, California, and then Montana.
And then
Uh,
Florida, right? Florida's number 5.
it doesn't have number 5. It has,
No,
yeah,
what?
Alaska, Texas, California, and Montana. Just gives us the top. I don't know. Top 4 is very weird to give me the top 4 instead of
Yeah,
5.
why? What? Who does that? That is like insane. New Mexico, god damn it. Alaska, Texas, California, Montana, New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada, Colorado, Wyoming, Oregon, Idaho, Utah, Kansas, Minnesota, Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota, Missouri, Oklahoma, Washington. Oh my gosh. Florida's down at 26. I was so wrong. So wrong. Oh, I have a lot of crow to eat there. Good
You
thing I
have
didn't
to
go there.
apologize. Ugh.
Apologize to who? What, New
To me.
Mexico? Why? I didn't say Florida was bigger than anything Texan.
Uh,
I mean, Florida's Datil pepper is bigger than Texas's Pequin.
Pekin,
Pequin.
but it's hotter.
No. The Datil is a habanero type. It's going to be hotter than the Pequin.
I thought she was going to come back with facts.
She knows what a habanero is like.
Yeah.
Hmm.
They're good.
But the pain type is different. So that's something. The
Um,
Datil might be hotter, like overall, but it's a slow build. It's more of a gentle heat, and it's further in the back of the mouth and like up in the lips. The Pequin is like a sharp. It like you have it and it's intense. It's right there. It's sharp and it's up front. It fades quickly, but it is meaner. It bites, and the Datil and habaneros kind of
Low
do,
build.
So there's that to be said. It is meaner than, and they can get really close and heat low. The Pequin can get up to 80,000 Scoville units, and the Datil can be as mild as like 100,000. So that's not really a big difference between them. So yeah.
I'm
did you
Mexican.
know California is the biggest state by population?
Yeah.
Texas is second, and Florida is third.
Oh, okay, that's where I got Florida being way up in the list.
New York is fourth, and Pennsylvania is fifth.
And Philadelphia is the only one that can control ICE agents.
Oh, let's
I
hope
got
so.
something. I got something here. It
You
says
don't mess with Philly.
Vimpat with 1 drink of alcohol. I was put on Vimpat after one big seizure. I wouldn't say I have epilepsy and I'm not taking meds. I'd like to have maybe 1 drink at my daughter's wedding. Had anyone had experience with 1 drink here and there? Doctors scared the hell out of me about no alcohol, which if been fine, but would like to have one occasionally. For you who took Vimpat, do you agree 1 drink is too many every now and then? I haven't taken it, and I don't suggest medication and alcohol. But what is it like? They're asking for experiences.
Go ahead, Mike.
Huh?
Go ahead, Mark.
What do you mean? Sober. Alcohol sober.
Oh,
Not had any alcohol in a bit over 6 years, and I
oh,
have only been on seizure anti-epilepsy drugs for 2 years. So I can't speak to alcohol on Vimpat. I do know that alcohol on anticonvulsants, the clonazepam, diazepam, any benzos, basically. Uh, Extreme caution.
Yeah.
One drink, but it's
You're
not gonna
lowering your
feel like one drink. It's gonna, I mean, basically a Rohypnol is a benzodiazepine, so more commonly known as roofies. So to give you an idea of what combining benzodiazepines with alcohol can do. So you could be roofing yourself if you're on like clobazam daily. It could amplify that one drink to like three or something. It's still not gonna get you smashed, but probably not a good idea. And now that I've said all of that, Vimpat isn't even a benzodiazepine. So,
yeah.
uh,
Vimpat's not on that level.
you what?
Vimpat's not on that level.
Yeah, I don't think it interacts with alcohol in that same way. So, um, I don't know. Bad
And
idea either way, probably. Just as a rule of thumb, anti-epilepsy drugs and alcohol just
don't mix.
yeah, find something. I don't know,
You're
but it's
lowering.
hard,
Yeah.
because there is that social
You're lowering
temptation.
your threshold regardless.
Yeah,
And the higher the meds are, yeah, alcohol is going to do way more worse stuff. And
I only drink 3 times a year or 4 times. Uh, but I get wasted. So
are any of your medications something that would interact with
yeah.
alcohol, like in the same way that benzodiazepine does, or are they just like what,
she's
sodium
on
Mm.
channel
clonazepam.
blocker kind of, or
I think she said she's on clonazepam, so I think yeah,
Yeah,
they would.
yeah.
do you take it on
Um,
those three occasions when you
3 or 4,
basically do you roofie yourself those 3 nights that you drink? No comment.
maybe.
No comment.
Um,
Okay.
what I was gonna
I mean,
say is, um,
But I have a high tolerance to drugs. Uh, but I drink probably 6 or 7 drinks.
um,
no, I know what
so
you're talking about because
Like,
when I drank, it was either one beer or 15 beers. And
yeah.
so like I would go to like a public event with uh like
They're
family,
called
and it was
vacations for a
one
reason.
beer. It had to be one beer.
They're called vacations for a reason.
Yeah.
That's my. I think we've talked about this before, Kevin. That's the same. Yeah, like I don't know mindset that I have. It's either yeah 1 or 100. There's no in
Yeah.
between for me. Unfortunately, it just
Right.
yeah.
So, and the
So
last
it's
time I
tough.
The
drank,
one was playing with fire in my case, because having the one made it, it's like, oh man, second wouldn't be too bad. I might be able to I could manage it this time. Man, I got it. I'm doing
Yeah,
good.
yeah, and right then you're
You
like
know,
out somewhere and you're having fun,
so
you're feeling great, so you're like, cool. The
yeah,
second one's not a big thing, and then it turns into yeah, the three, four,
so
five, six, seven, yeah.
yeah, it wasn't even one or 15 in my case. It was everything or nothing. I'm drinking until I'm unconscious or
Oh,
I'm
I don't
not,
get.
Yeah, until you're needing like somebody to like hang on to as you walk out the door of the bar.
or I run out. I might run out. That's the
Yeah.
thing. But I never went out, so I never had anybody watching me to make sure that I was safe or not overdoing it. So it was,
Same.
whatever was available in the house or until, whatever I managed to ingest before I was no longer conscious. Um, no bueno.
No bueno.
my proud moments either,
No
but
bueno.
I outlived all those bars. They all shut down. So screw them.
And I get an all inclusive. So
All inclusive where?
to Cancun.
Oh, dang.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
I get an
I've
all
been
inclusive
there.
to the emergency room.
And
I got one restaurant that I used to work at here in the local area that I could still walk in there today and just say like, "Hey, give me this beer, give me this or whatever," and I could still just sit in there and drink all day and yeah, be fully taken care of. It's about 6, 7 miles from me, so not driving. It's a far bike ride, especially if you're buzzed and trying to get your ass back home. So I don't go there anymore. Or oh, it's been a while since I've gone there. Um, but once in a while I'll stop in and just keep myself under control. Just to go in and say hi to the owners and everything. But yeah, I've learned to control myself a little bit, but still struggling a little bit with it. So yeah, the two don't mix well together, obviously, the meds and the drinks. So try and keep it basic and very
oh,
rare, but it's when you feel like shit, like I mean, just something that picks you up and just makes you forget about something, like right, that's what you want to do, right? So it's like the easiest thing to just go grab real quick. It's a weird feeling.
Back here to the comments of Vimpat with one drink. I'll read two. One says, been on Vimpat for a couple years now, and honestly, one drink here and there hasn't been an issue for me personally. Obviously, everyone's different, and I'm not a doctor, but I've had the occasional beer or glass of wine without problems. That said, for something as special as your daughter's wedding, maybe ask your doc about it specifically. Some are more reasonable about the, in quote, one drink occasionally thing than others. Mine basically said, just don't go crazy with it. Another comment here says, I've been on Vimpat for a while with alcohol on Vimpat and topiramate. I nearly drunk off of 2 drinks, so I just warn you to take it easy. I rarely drink, and if I do, I cap it at 1 because of this. Okay, so
Yeah,
no.
I would say to those, yeah, those people, just like make sure you know your, you know your limits. Um, and if you are, I don't know, new to the meds, new to combining them, and you feel like you really do need to do it, like make sure you're just, yeah, like at home or chilling, or if you're, going out, that you're with somebody that you that you
No,
trust, right?
drink water.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously,
Electrolyte.
there's the whole thing. We could just say like, just don't drink at all, right? That would obviously be the best thing
No,
for all
no,
of us.
no.
But I'm saying if you're
Drink,
gonna do it, like, be with somebody you trust, right?
drink, but in between, drink water.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Definitely mix in some, yeah, some like some juice or some
Electrolyte.
Gatorade, some water, some, yeah, something else to keep your body like hydrated and yeah.
Yeah.
Um, for oh, I forgot what it was. Yeah, lost it.
Oh.
I got a post here. It says, exhausted. I'm currently taking Excopri 200 milligrams once daily in the evening. However, I am exhausted by 5 p.m. every day. I must drink multiple energy drinks to get me through the day. Working Monday through Friday, 7 to 3. Anyone else relate? Um,
Very
we don't,
much.
we
Yeah.
don't work.
Mm.
Well, I don't work, but eh,
I was
Still.
gonna
depends
say,
on
yeah,
caregiving.
not the working part. Actually, I
Exhausted was the
Caregiving.
yeah, just exhausted for the whole day long. I actually didn't I didn't make it to work today. I just had zero, absolutely zero energy, even though I'm only there for, just a little bit. I just couldn't get my ass there and back. I just stayed home today. I spent all last night just basically, yeah, vomiting. I had issues with my pancreas and everything, so then it was hard for me to like um keep my medication down, so I wasn't 100% sure, how that was going to go, plus not feeling well at all with the other issues. I just stayed home from work. So yeah, if I get way too off subject tonight, that's why I'm way the fuck out of it. So somebody just slap me through the screen
That person,
if I get way too off subject. But
I would love to slap someone, but someone that says slap me, it's just like someone want to be slapped. That would be amazing.
well,
hey, Pookie, hey, do you remember the old school like viral video, the how can she slap? The
No.
It was from like an Indian, like in India, like basically like kind of like their, what's it, like American Idol. And then he said something hella, she said something to him like hella disrespectful, right? And then for whatever reason, he just slaps she just slaps him hella hard in the face, right?
Mm.
And then like his reaction just goes, how can she slap? How can she slap? And then like it became like a viral thing. This was like mid 2000s. Somebody look it up so I don't sound like I'm crazy, even though I am. I'm actually gonna look it up right now just to watch it again. It's a funny ass viral clip from
I
like
think,
the early internet days.
yeah, I think I remember that now that you mentioned it. The how can she slap? Like back
Yeah,
around
just go to
when,
YouTube and type in how can she slap, and then it'll be like a
mm,
like a 10-20 second clip, and it's flipping hilarious.
that person needs to read the side effects of Excopri because it does not say drowsiness. It says sleepiness. It's on a whole other level.
Has anyone else had this experience? I've tried Keppra and Lamictal, but both were awful for me. I was having intense anxiety and I was always crying and always felt guilt because of unwanted thoughts I got from them. I didn't develop OCD like symptoms until the meds. So I started Briviac 100 milligrams from 2 times from Keppra. So the anxiety has gotten better. I feel like my brain still experiences OCD thoughts. Could this have happened on any of these meds. I think they're asking, could the OCD have happened during the meds? I'm not sure. I'm not exactly what OCD is and what it can do to you. I've heard of it, just don't know what it is.
OCD stands for compulsive disorder. It's a diagnosis, it's not a symptom. So they if they have OCD already, it could exacerbate symptoms, but I don't think that it could cause them to suddenly become OCD. If that
Yeah,
was the question,
medic
I don't know if I
medication
misunderstood
doesn't
it.
give you OCD.
Yeah.
It can
It's
cause
a
mental
it's
health
a
problems, and they could be reading symptoms of OCD and think that their mental health issues line up with them. But um, sorry, I jumped in. Kevin, what were you saying?
no. I think you were on the right track. I think perhaps they're you know on WebMD or something. Yeah, it's a psychological condition. It develops over time, and um, it doesn't. I don't think. Not a professional, but I don't think pills give it to you.
Like Keppra is a mood changer, but it's not going to give you OCD. That's something that was already developing,
Hmm?
And Briviact is just Keppra 2.0. So
I'll read these comments. One says, I keep hearing about these type of side effects and it just puzzles me. I take 3,000 milligrams of Keppra a day and 200 milligrams of lamotrigine, and I never had side effects at all. Another comment here says, I'm on 250 milligrams 2 times a day of lamotrigine, and I too haven't had any side effects. Another comment says, for me, it would be important to have any more seizures. Oh, to not have any more seizures, but it seems different for many people here. Another one says, I didn't get on the Motrigine at all. I felt like I was in slow motion and serious brain fog. I've not had OCD type thoughts or impulses on anything, though. Certainly not Kepa Rage. Oh, certainly Kepa Rage.
OCD type, like, I don't understand that. OCD type thoughts. It's like they're trying, are they confusing it with something else? Because OCD is more like a compulsion of like someone who always has to have, you know, things go there, like the blue books always go on the left and like stuff like that. It's and I'm just using that for an example, but it's
Oh
like
my.
it
If you watch Always Sunny in Philadelphia, like Charlie Kelly's mom, the way she always flips the light switches 3 times before she goes and does everything in threes. And there's one
yeah.
episode he asks, why do you do everything like that in sets of three? And she says, "Oh, honey, so that you don't die." And just walks away like that's a completely rational reason that it actually prevents anything. There's a compulsion that they can't give up, which is the doing things in threes, and it's obsessive. It takes up all of their daytime, all of their nighttime thoughts and energy, and it's not something rational. Um,
It's
it's
meant to relieve anxiety about something, but there's no real connection between the two
yeah.
in reality. flipping the light switch gives her, relaxation, but there's no real connection between prevention of death. And there's other things too, but
Yeah, like obsessive cleanliness is another example. People who need everything to be clean, and if it isn't, there's an irrational build of tension that, you know, I don't know, that something is going to happen. And it could be like a diffuse something that they can't necessarily name, but um, that irrational tension with a disconnect from reality is that disconnect, like Kevin said, is a very important part of it. Um, um, but yeah, it's a serious condition. It's not something that just arises um, out of um, a temporary side effect from a medication like that. So
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
Like
I
skeptical
agree.
about that part.
I
But
agree with you 100%. And like the only thing that was different was Kepper rage was different. Like you can feel anger coming in you, you know, and it's coming from out of nowhere.
I got something here. It's just asking for support. And it says, I feel like a failure. I have been having roughly 3 seizures a week for about a year and a half. I have had one, I have had 2 1-hour EEGs, and I'm now finishing up my 24-hour ambulatory EEG. I feel like I have let my family down by not having a big seizure while being recorded. I have had a few auras on the 24-hour one, but not a larger episode. My having seizures has meant being on disability from a nursing job and out uh, from a nursing job and out family is really struggling financially. So I just wanted to test to be really good. I'm on 300 milligrams of the cosamide and I'm still having frequent seizures. It has really stopped my life since before this. I was an avid hiker and kayaker, and that was my husband and my way of bonding, and I can't do that anymore. I'm 39. I feel that I have been having head drop and focal seizures for 20 years, but was not taken seriously by my doctor. But this last year has been turned into tonic-clonic seizures. I feel like an infant. What do I do? I just need I just need some support. Angel, what do you suggest? What would you like to tell this woman who is looking for support?
It's, I mean, they've been having seizures for a year. I just want to give them a hug.
Yeah, a year and a half, 3 a
Yeah,
week.
and I understand the pain of like you're you're being interrupted. You can't financially provide,
Yeah,
and
I know
then
this. I know what this
on
person
the other
feels.
on the other side, you got Social Security if they're American, who's saying nope, not enough evidence. Regardless, that it's exactly what they say. Your life is interrupted and you can't provide, pretty much.
That's what I've gotten to. It's been about 10 years now since I actually tried to give a shit and do something about it, but I've twice been denied disability by my doctor, but at the same time I have zero energy to work more than like, an hour or two a day. I can't drive a car, so that limits, what I can do, my jobs, everything. It's like how do I not qualify for disability? Like I'm stuck in a position where if I wasn't lucky, fortunate enough to have my parents around and, still care for me, I'd probably literally be homeless. Like there's not an in between for it. It's just like we've talked about it before, it's like an invisible disability, You roll in with a wheelchair somewhere, everybody opens the door, you know, gives you, just like, oh, right this way. And but with epilepsy, it's still a disability, but nobody looks at it the same.
Mark?
Yeah, I think that when, she sounds like, um, there's I mean, it's a really new diagnosis for her. And I mean, something that came to mind, kept coming up to mind as she was going through her post is she seems to be the type of person who had a very like a set image of herself, um like crystallized in her mind already, like an image of who she was, who she was to not only herself but to her partner, to the community around her, how she would be seen, professionally, and all of this stuff. There was like an entire person in her mind that was her, that is all of a sudden now no longer gonna be, never gonna be.
Oh my
Um,
goodness.
it seems like I've been thinking about this. It seems like it's very similar, like the new, like fresh diagnosis out of nowhere type of situation seems very similar to the process of grieving, that the person is effectively, um, going through a grieving process for the person that they, for themselves, for the person that they had in their mind. So it's not just who am I going to be now? What am I going to do now? What, you know, part of it is just an emotional release type of thing that needs to be, or emotional buildup and release, or process that needs to happen. There's an initial, like, right, there are stages of mourning, right, that have been, there's denial and
Yeah.
grief, and I can't think of them all off the top of my head, but basically I'm kind of proposing that she and people in a similar position, new diagnoses, have to, or probably have to go through that grieving process just for their own self-identity before they can move on, really. Um, and that's not always going to be an easy process. It's not going to be quick. Um, just like for any real person. Um,
Some of
I
us
mean,
have
there's a
been through
difference
this
that you.
process, though.
I'm sorry, Angel.
I said some of us have been through this process our entire lives,
Yeah,
and it's just, it's like we've been through it. We know what we accepted that, and sometimes the end result is like we still can't get that.
we've got to build a new self-identity on top of that, and comparing that new self-identity to the person that you used to have in your mind is something that's difficult to swallow. You know, what can you do versus what could you do? Who are you now versus who you could have been? And I don't know. I think it might be, I don't know. Would it be good to avoid that comparison?
No, it's a very correct comparison. The stages are denial, bargaining, anger, depression, and acceptance, and you can go through them in any order, but you kind of have
Kind
to
of a
go
broad
through,
bag of feelings.
yeah, and you kind of have to go through the, you go through the denial of you don't want to accept it, and then you're bargaining, well, what if this or what if that, and whatever, and then you're mad about it, and then you get sad about it, and you finally come to a place where you accept it in the place where you're at in your life. But
Mhm.
you have to kind of, I don't know, you have to grieve the person and the life that you expected to be in, for the person that you are becoming.
Yeah, with the complication that you need to figure out what next on top of
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
So,
And epilepsy is the one thing that just keeps taking and taking and taking.
Seems that way sometimes.
But this here says, could this be focal aware seizures? I don't really know how to describe it, but every once in a while, I get this weird feeling in my whole body, and the only way I know how to describe it is an out of body floating impending doom surge through my whole body. It lasts maybe 30 seconds, and my whole vision tunnels, and my hearing fades, and it feels like dying pretty much. I feel it hit like a boom in my body and feels like I genuinely die. I feel like I can't think or talk, and I'm floating. I'm dizzy, out of my body, doom and despair, pit in my stomach. I also get eye jerks multiple times a day, and they always jerk to the right. Um,
Yep, that's focal aware.
Definitely the tunnel vision and the fading into dark and dizziness.
Yep.
Yeah,
the feeling like I'm dying part threw me off because
Impending doom.
I've had impending doom, but I don't know what feeling like I'm dying is feeling like.
Impending doom.
well, I only felt that like once
Impending
and
doom was bad, but I didn't feel like I was dying. I felt like I was just having a panic attack.
Oh,
Um,
impending doom. That's what it's called.
yeah.
yeah, this person says I feel like I'm
Anytime
literally
you feel
dying.
death,
it's just
Yeah, this
a
person says it feels
greater
like I
degree of
genuinely
the same.
die. Never felt that. Could that be a focal aware seizure? Is what they're saying.
Yes.
yes.
Oh, well, I didn't have to say it. Um, there you go. Here's some comments. The first one says, "I've had very similar episodes, but they're far different from the focal seizures I typically have. I'm leaning towards panic attack for mine. I guess panic attacks can also come on with no obvious trigger. I don't know if there's any way to know for sure. To know for sure, other than an EEG. It's only happened to me twice." Another post here. It says, "Nonstop pain. I'm a 28-year-old female, and I've have had epilepsy for 17 years now, and 2 weeks ago experienced a seizure that involved me falling down the stairs and getting a concussion. I've had pain in my chest nonstop for over a week, Any recommendation other than Tylenol? The first comment says, that sounds absolutely awful. Hope you're doing okay. Definitely get that chest pain checked out by a doc if you haven't already. Could be bruised ribs or something more serious from the fall. Ice packs might help with inflammation, but honestly, chest pain after a fall like that really needs medical attention. And I suggest going to the emergency room.
No, I'm just kidding.
I was gonna say, why not?
Yeah,
What
I
do
No,
was
you
gonna say,
I'm
what do you
just
suggest?
mean?
kidding.
No.
What do you suggest, Twisted?
uh, Going to the emergency room.
I was gonna say I don't think I mentioned it on Friday. I can't remember, but Thursday evening, my nephew, he's only 2 years old. My my sister has to go into work a couple days a week, so there's like a daycare learning center or whatever that he goes to. My nephew, and he ended up getting his finger um like squished like in a
Oh,
door, and it ripped his fingernail off, like
oh,
there was just a little bit of it like left. And so he's 2.5, and it's just he's obviously crying his eyes out. And so yeah, she
oh,
took him to the yeah, I know. I did this. When I was 4 years old, I ripped my entire fingernail
oh no.
off. It's just kind of like ironic that yeah, but anyway, it's a whole separate story. But yeah. So she took him there, and then found out that he's still really young, bones are brittle and everything, and it had like cracked the
The
like
bone.
the tip of his finger, but there was no way that it would have that nobody would have ever known if he hadn't actually gone to the ER and they had the x-rays done and things like that. So I understand that like some people are in whatever financial situation where it's not or their healthcare situation is it's not doable, but if you can, like, don't hide it, go and get it checked out and take care of that, because there was no way that they would have known that the very tip of his finger was
Broken up.
cracked, and then that could have led to longer lasting issues in his life, since he's only 2 years old and his body's still growing and maturing and everything. So yeah, if it's financially doable or whatever your life situation, then do it. Don't try and hide it.
Um, Mark, what do you suggest?
Do what?
I said, any suggestions?
I don't know what I would be suggesting.
Oh, you might have
I
walked
was
away.
I was a little bit distracted for a bit there.
Oh, this person is asking, they're having nonstop chest pain and they fell down
Oh,
the stairs after a seizure. Um, yeah, 2 weeks ago and still having chest pain. And they're asking for
um,
suggestions and recommendations other than Tylenol.
go to a doctor. Don't mess with chest pain. How is this even a question?
And it was experienced during a seizure as well.
Right. Yeah. Chest pain can be a symptom of some types of seizures too. So, um, and if it started during a seizure, then yeah, definitely. Even if it didn't start with a seizure, chest pain, period. Don't mess with chest pain. Go to a
Hmm.
doctor, get a referral to a cardiologist if you need to. Go straight to a cardiologist if you're able. Um, don't don't wait.
Gotcha. Another comment here. One says medical CBD, great natural way to treat seizure triggers and pain. No opiates with medical CBD, no side effects. My neurologist explained how well medical CBD is for treatment of epilepsy. Studies have shown, been on here for 8 years after I had left temporal lobectomy. Take care. Another one said ice and heat. If you have access to community acupuncture, that can be great for pain. and the community model makes it very affordable. But as others have pointed out, please see a doctor. Um,
Ice and heat for chest pain. I mean, unless it's muscular, I don't know how that would do anything.
Yeah, it seems straight to the doctor. No, nothing against cannabis or anything, but I wouldn't mess around with CBD or any acupuncture. It seems this is a straight to the hospital thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Take the time you would have spent getting ice on your chest and dial the number to your doctor. Um, or, or grabbing the whatever medical CBD or driving to the whatever shop. If you don't have any medical CBD on hand, drive to the doctor instead or urgent care.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at this point, even ER, maybe. I mean, if you tell a doctor or nurse in the ER you've been having chest pain, like they don't wait. If you
Yeah,
tell them it's been
they'll see
ongoing,
you instantly.
yeah, if you tell them it's been ongoing for a long period of time, they're gonna take that seriously. They're gonna, get you checked out, get an EKG on you right away at the very least. That can rule out a lot. Um, they might do a CT scan if the EEG is, you know, but yeah.
Yeah, and in 2021, my dad was having, some chest pains, and it runs in our family. So my mom and I took him to the ER, and they saw him right away. They did, all these tests and everything. Um, and this was early in the morning, but by that night he was on the operating table. He had to have open heart surgery. He had a heart attack. That was what the chest pain was. But my uncle, his brother, obviously, he had already had three heart surgeries. He had heart problems. My grandfather, I think I've mentioned it before, he died on the operating table during a heart surgery. My great grandfather also died from a heart attack. So uh, I'm just waiting for it to happen to me one day, honestly. But
No,
um,
no, no,
Don't
no, no,
say
no,
that.
no. It's not. Don't speak that over.
Don't
Yeah,
say
don't.
that.
It's the.
well, I mean,
You're gonna be fine.
I'm
You're
40 years
gonna.
old, and it runs in the family. I'm sorry.
Don't
I'm just
say
being a
that.
little self-deprecating. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
No, don't say that.
Don't be pessimistic about that. You're gonna
All right,
make
all
it.
right, all right.
You're gonna be
I
fine.
won't.
We're the
Yeah,
pessimists.
yeah.
But
Come on.
yeah.
We
Anyway,
should
when
we
yeah,
should build some optimism here. You know?
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, it could go either way with me. But yeah, so yeah, he had his his heart surgery and everything. He was back home within a few days, and he's still here with us and doing healthy and well and everything. But yeah, that's why I was saying, like, don't mess around, don't wait. If you have some chest pain, like, go in instantly. You never know what it is. It might just be like, oh, a muscle or something, but it could also be that you had a heart attack and you didn't, fully realize it or something. Like, yeah, get it checked out, because it could be either way on something like that.
My dad walked around for over a week thinking that he threw his back out and finally went to the ER because it hurt so bad, and they told him he'd had a heart attack previously and he didn't even know it.
Jeez. Yeah, see, so then yeah, you know exactly kind of what I'm what I'm talking about. Yeah. It should be looked at for sure. Don't like hesitate on it.
I got something. It says traveling to the U.S. from the UK. Insurance, meds, advice needed. As per title, I'm traveling to the U.S. for a week at the end of May. Aside from sorting out all the visa requirements and renewing my passport, I need to look for some travel insurance uh, that has a comprehensive cover for pre-existing conditions. Obviously, I have nothing will happen as my epilepsy is well managed at the moment, but I'm changing meds in February and don't want to risk not having in case good cover in place in case anything happens. Has anyone had good experiences with certain insurance providers or can give good advice as to what to do to prep for a trip to the US? Thanks in advance. Um, I don't know. I never knew anything about getting insurance just while you're here type thing. I didn't know that was a thing. Um,
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. Um, I mean, best really depends on a lot of stuff. Like, what do you prioritize? Like, cheap or low cost or high coverage or what? I don't know. Comprehensive plan? Are they seniors? Do they
um,
have pre-existing? Yeah, affordable with a pre-existing coverage? Would their or pre-existing coverage take some and you supplement the rest with, I don't know. Yeah, what does their existing coverage look like? Wait, from the UK, I guess. So
it takes
are they just
200.
are they
She
just
said,
on the
oh,
NHS? So do they not have any insurance coverage aside from the NHS? Because there
it
are,
doesn't
well, I
say.
mean that wasn't something that, yeah, I'm just thought process out loud. What are their problems? What do they need, right?
Um, the TLDR at the bottom says, I'm going to the US. I need travel insurance that covers epilepsy and covers it well. That's the main
Yeah.
question. Um,
Yeah. But I'm just working out, like, I could
My
sit
best
here
advice is just
silently
don't come
if
to
you
the country
like,
right
but
now.
I'm just working out what they would need. What do they mean by best? Even that is not, good coverage for epilepsy does not necessarily have a lot of specificity to it. It could mean a lot of different things to different people depending on their. So I'm just, what I'm
mhm.
looking over here, what visitor coverage is. U.S. health insurance for UK citizen. Is it
That's a
better to
thing.
buy travel insurance from the USA or from the UK? It could go either way, right?
I'm unsure.
Ba-ba-bum. What would they
Um,
need? Do they have enough medication for their entire trip? Which is something they didn't say. But would they need a refill beforehand, or would they need a refill while they're traveling? Is that something they definitely need to have covered? And if it is it something that's like that a program like GoodRx over here in the US would cover so that they could get it at a reasonable price even without having to have insurance. If just a refill of what they're doing is what they need. Um, I don't know, there's so many questions that would need to be asked of OP to take apart what their question or what their answer, what the best answer to their question would be without, so I don't know. I
there's
guess
one comment here.
after all of that, I have to say I can't answer their question. I should have just stayed quiet.
Well, I got something here. It says make sure to bring way more meds than you need, like double what you normally take for a week, just in case flights get delayed or whatever. Also, keep them in original bottles with your name on them so TSA doesn't give you grief. As for the insurance, I've heard good things about specialized medical travel insurance companies,
Yeah.
but can't remember specific names off the top of my head. Maybe someone else can chime in with recommendations. Um,
Some of the big ones also offer, short-term travel insurance stuff, at least just based off of the cursory search I looked at over here. I saw results coming up from like, I don't know, top result was United Healthcare. So they're like big,
Um,
big one in the whole thing. So it's not just small travelized. Twisted, you have something to say?
when I go to Mexico, um, they offer you a plan, uh, which they, I don't know the name on the top of my head, uh, which covers you for the whole stay. Um,
Is
because
that
I
your middle finger?
remember, uh, they're coming for a week, right? Um,
yes.
I mean, that's an awfully short stay to be worried about this much. Just get extra of your medications and
yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, we don't know how bad their
I'm
epilepsy
I'm
is.
sorry to have jumped
Yeah.
in on your answer, Twisted, but when you said that like 1 week, I hadn't realized it was such a short trip. I thought they were going to be here for like several weeks, given, uh,
Yeah,
yeah, sorry, Twisted.
just 1 week, and I guess try not to get hurt in a week. But I guess for other people, they want to have insurance. They want that to be something they want to be ready for. Uh,
Yes. Just
Um,
hold your seizures in until you get home.
try
Trying
not
to
to get
hold,
a seizure.
I'm trying to hold on mine until next week.
um,
That's
I'm
smart.
just holding on until it comes. It's coming. I just don't know when. I can't stop it. Might
Just
be
try
two
to,
at one time.
Pookie, you need to schedule any vacations in between that 3 to 4 month cycle, right?
That never works. That never
No,
works. I tried that. Um, it didn't work. I actually had two.
maybe you should travel. You should schedule two vacations. One on the 3 to 4 month cycle, one off, like somewhere in the middle. And then when you get close, if you start feeling seasy, then you can cancel that one and have the other one so that, like, to outsmart your brain,
Oh, yeah.
get it to think and get the seizure out and over with before the, so that you can have the, you know,
I know what you mean. Gotcha. Um,
I'm surprised you know what I mean there. That was,
Yeah.
yeah, it's hard to explain, but I understand what you mean.
I like
yeah.
the word "seezy." I don't think I've heard that one yet.
Easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seezy.
Seasy. Yeah. Feeling seasy today.
Sassy. Easy.
I got something here. Does anyone have any difficulty regulating their breath during a seizure? The
Yes.
first comment says, I have aware seizures, but my mind goes blank and I can't speak. I tend to pant. I don't get conscious control of my breathing until the seizure starts winding down. Anybody having focal awares? That's what that is.
What was the question?
You raised your hand. I forgot the question. I'm just kidding. It
Anybody
says
having focal awares? Was the
difficulty
question.
breathing,
Yeah.
regulating your
Difficulty
breath.
controlling your breathing while having focal awareness.
I think we're all having this problem.
I do not recall.
Vocal aware.
I'll assume that I have that problem, but I don't. I
Right.
can't say that I have.
They're called vocal. They're
I never
called
been told
vocal
that.
aware.
Vocal awares.
Awareness.
Yeah, I don't remember this one. But I do remember.
Maybe we can just talk about it again.
Yeah, go ahead, ask it.
Okay.
We'll talk about it again. No big deal.
It says absent seizures. Can you be startled during? Firstly, I want to thank you for sharing your honesty and experiences with me. When your child or yourselves experience a seizure, can you be startled? I saw a video online which child epilepsy diagnosis was debunked due to the child reacting to a sudden boo from their mother, which they caught on video. My child has an episode today, and I tried this. My child screamed, jumped, and instantly came back around. Is this possible to be an absent seizure? My child has recently been diagnosed with epilepsy after experiencing seizure symptoms for 5 years.
Yeah, I don't really have that much to add to that one because I don't remember, before and during and after mine. So I don't know if something specific would wake me up or not. I know the couple times I've had them at the hospital, they've, given me some sort of medication that wakes me up from it, but I don't think any like certain like saying a word or yelling or something like that, for me personally would change anything.
I wondered that if that might have happened when I was having a wandering seizure, if someone just had stopped me and started having a conversation on one of those buses or the train, might that have changed the course of that trip? Um, Maybe I wouldn't have wandered as long as I did. Uh, it's interesting that you say that, James, because now I'm thinking, can I be scared out of it? Or not necessarily scared out of it, but having a conversation would basically, I'm assuming I just took these three buses and trains, just like not talking to people, maybe sitting alone. But yeah, if someone was to talk to me during a focal unaware and I'm just not myself, might I have answered?
Like
I think that
perhaps, yeah, if you were on the bus and somebody said, like, just started talking to you, like, "Hey, Pookie, what's up? Where are you going?" Something like that. Would Do you think that would have snapped you out of it?
I think so.
Hmm,
I think
okay.
That just
it's
came to me
that
now.
what they're
It's the
talking
money.
about is different. What they said sounds more like the startle response is something that is reflexive. It's not something that is consciously mediated like conversation. So that's what they were saying, that that's the big difference there. If it's something that they are consciously responding to, like a conversation, then they're not unconscious. They're not having a seizure in that way that they were trying to display. Um, the when you're startled, it's a sudden jolt in the sympathetic parasympathetic nervous system that causes, the sudden fight or flight reaction. That's something that is, triggered autonomously, not um, through a conversation. So I don't think that, somebody having a conversation with you during one of these seizures is the same thing as what the OP in the Reddit post there is talking about when they say startled during a seizure.
So something a little more than, all right, that
It would be
that would.
interesting though if it's a focal aware. I mean, I've had seizures where I've had the physical symptoms and there's been somebody there and I've had a degree of awareness or in like an ability to respond in, I mean, at the very least I can say to a limited degree. I don't know how much, if it had been pressed to the point of like a conversation, if it might have actually helped like ground me, kind of thing, like sort of a meditative thing might, if it's taking place in a different context, you know. Um,
I was thinking
that's
like just the
it's
way
a
that
very
they
interesting idea. I like that.
was I was
James,
thinking the way, at least how they worded it, that it was probably like a grand mal seizure, because I don't know if you're just zoning out, just distancing off or something. You don't need to be quote unquote startled out of it. Like you're sitting there, not really paying attention. It would be like, I don't know, something a little more violent, that yeah, like if somebody's using the word startled out of it. So I'm thinking it's the
Um,
grand mal type, but that's
they
that's how
they
I
didn't
took it at least.
exactly they didn't exactly say startled out of it. They said startled during it. Um,
Oh,
I don't, I
then
don't
yeah, I
know
guess I
if
don't
it,
really know what they mean then.
I don't know if that really makes that much of a difference, you know?
Well,
Yeah,
seizures are not my area of expertise, but like,
You're not
but
doctor.
yeah, um, I so I guess yeah,
I
I don't
think
know
what
why
they're asking.
I don't know why I'm telling you that they're not my area. So
yeah. I mean,
I
I
think
definitely
that
know what the person means. I don't want to like get down to semantics, but like I'm just saying, like, yeah, that was my opinion on it. Like, to give them, I guess, proper advice or whatever. It just seems like, yeah, if your body's just kind of sitting there, your just eyes are staring off, like that type of seizure, then there's nothing to be, to bring you back, to normal, or whatever, whatever words you want to use to startle you back. Like that it just seems the way
um
they worded it, it would be like a grand mal. I'm not. It's just a different,
um
yeah, different,
they're
different type, different advice.
what I'm taking it as is they're not saying that they like jump to scare the child. Um, maybe this child got scared at something that they heard them doing or something like that, but startled during and startled to wake to come out of it. I don't think that's what they were saying. Uh, yeah, and her child, she said, did the same thing after she watched that study that she heard. But you never know what's possible these days. Me personally, you wouldn't know I'm startled. I get up and I leave situations. I might run or get out of the ambulance if I can. I didn't get out last time because they stopped me, but if I had a little few more seconds, I probably would have got out. I got the door open. Yeah,
Yeah.
I got the door open, so I was almost out of there. And
Almost.
almost doesn't count, but I had the door open
Almost.
and the guy was right behind me, and I guess him putting his hand on my back, something told me just get back in, just stop fighting it. Like I could have jumped out if I wanted to, but yeah, he started talking to me, and I was just like, all right, I'll get back in here. Um,
That's
you
funny.
have something, Angel?
No, I just got back. Just a whole bunch of commotion going around here.
Oh, okay. Um,
What happened?
It's crazy. It's just like you know how there was an ice storm around here and everything. So
Oh,
people digging out spots and people stealing other people's spots. So my sister had a cone in one spot. Her
yeah.
car got her spot got stolen. So what she did was put the snow right back into the
mm,
spot that she had dug out because somebody whoever took the spot, she put the snow right back.
mm.
That is some A-level petty.
I saw
Yeah.
people
Yeah.
pouring water on the snow. They would put the snow back on their car and pour water on it so it freezes back over.
Yeah.
And
Nice.
I
Very nice.
remember when I was living in Chicago, man, that was A level pettiness.
they work hard. I mean, they saved their spot. And
Yeah, I
Yeah.
social contract, people.
yeah.
I got
They
something.
called the cops on my sister and everything, and the cops like, we can't do that, and she's not touching your car.
Mm. I got something here. It says crisis and cluster every night. My son has cluster seizures every night, some with intervals of hours, others of minutes. And when it's really bad and we have to take him to the doctor, they come one after the other. It's very distressing. Has anyone managed to control them? He takes oxycarbazepine, lamotrigine, and lacosamide. Um, I'm not having clusters, but I didn't know that's messing with your brain having clusters every night.
It is.
It
Um,
is.
One comment here says ask for Clonopin or similar benzodiazepine. That's what I was prescribed after one night of cluster seizures lasting for over 2 hours with a 15 to 30 minutes in between seizures. It prevents another seizing happening without having to use the rescue med. Hmm.
Yep.
It is a rescue, man.
Yep.
What do they mean? You don't have to, maybe you don't have to use like a nasal spray or whatever,
Well,
but it's still, an oral
I was
rescue.
I was prescribed after I started having clusters. I was prescribed clonazepam nightly, and on top of that, I also had the dissolvable one to use just in case. You know,
Hmm.
I've always heard that after a couple weeks of daily use, um, that the clonazepam may still have some effectiveness in terms of the psychological effects, but it loses almost all of its anticonvulsant effect due to like a tolerance.
Yeah.
Um, so um,
I was getting,
I don't
I
know.
don't
Taking
know.
it daily, I had been told that it was basically when I had been on it daily, that is, I'm not saying you. I had also been on it daily back starting in 2011, but I was given it for panic attacks. And they said that my panic attacks were, actually focal aware seizures. Now that, we know that, but they were coming so frequently that they just gave me the clonazepam daily because they said I was going to be basically, it lasted so long that it was basically going to end up kind of at a baseline like that, and that they were just kind of staving off withdrawals at that point. It wasn't really doing much of anything for me. Um,
Yeah, that was one of my concerns when I requested to get off of clonazepam because being medication resistant sooner or later, it's like, look, if this is the only thing holding back the floodgates from letting all the seizures come, they're going to come through with hell, you know. And then they had me on Xcopri too, and I was like, all right, stronger med, but the side effect of a benzo and Xcopri is just too strong.
And you're only on Xcopri?
Right. And that's, yeah, because I requested to get off of um the Clonopin.
So you just take the Xcopri once a day?
I take my Xcopri and my mefsuxamide. The mefsuxamide is for the absent seizures.
Oh.
And I don't even know if that's working. I can't tell. I have no way of catching it on camera. My ex-wife used to know, but it's like I heard somebody on Epilepsy Universe says they have a what is it you guys got, Kevin, Mark? VNS or DNS?
VNS.
DNS.
Yeah. I heard them say they have one to control absent seizures. I was like, how is that possible? Don't you need to swipe like the magnet for when you have a seizure? I don't even know when I have an absent seizure. It's like I know I feel confused and stuff and like lost, but it's like
yeah, if the heart
you
rate
can,
spikes in conjunction with the absence seizure, then um,
yeah,
it would detect that and automatically give a
Stop.
dose, like a higher, larger dose than the regular
yeah,
normal. Um, so
because
I don't know how effective that would be. I don't know if absence seizures often come with a spike in heart rate. So who knows? I
and
mean, mine isn't even at an effective therapeutic dose level yet. So, um, Kevin's really the expert in that
Kevin's the
regard.
pro, but he's myoclonic.
Hmm. Yeah.
No
So
absence seizures.
Sorry, I was looking at something.
You have myoclonic seizures, no absence seizures, right?
Right.
Okay, yeah. We were discussing whether the VNS is effective for absence seizures, since you wouldn't, by definition, you wouldn't be there and able to swipe the magnet yourself.
Hmm.
Yeah, and so like people, they were
Does
saying like people can have like hundreds of absence of seizures a day.
does your
I would have
VNS
no
come with
idea.
does yours send automatic dose with a heart rate spike? Because mine connected to the uses its connection to the vagus nerve to um uh check for a sudden increase in heart rate since they said, I mean, they said, I don't know, I'm taking their word for it, that up to 80% of seizures come with a significant increase in heart rate. So um, if the generator detects a sudden jump in heart rate, it sends a pulse, um, not as strong as the magnet swipe, but stronger than the regular repeat dose. It sends it to the vagus nerve there,
Okay.
and so
Okay.
I wasn't sure if absence seizures come with a heart rate spike. I wasn't sure if you had any thoughts on that.
I'm trying to think. So, the myoclonic seizures are very strong, so I know they're coming on. Um, they are not subtle. They are. Um, I don't know uh, the absence seizures. I don't uh, know what they're like. I don't know if you feel them coming on at all. Uh, yeah, that's tough for me, but or tough for you. It's tough for I can't tell you if
Like I know when I spoke to my current neurologist, like he was looking back at paperwork I had given him from EEGs of my past, and like he suggested juvenile absence epilepsy, and like because even when I wasn't having seizures or anything, there was always abnormal EEGs.
Abnormal EEGs, but were there any noted episodes of absence,
Um,
especially associated with any of that abnormal EEG activity?
I would have to like for the older EEGs, I would have to try to remember because that was so long ago.
Mm,
I'm in my 40s now, Mark. So,
mm,
and this
mhm.
happened when I was like 14.
all right. I got something in here. Uh, when VNS is considered for absence seizures, if it's if seizures are drug resistant, uh, medications cause intolerable side effects. Uh, uh, Not much else besides that. But focal seizures, um, uh, it, it, it's more effective for tonic clonic and focal seizures, moderately effective for absence seizures. Um, yeah, there's a lot. There's so many seizures that I can't look that up right now. But uh, yeah, there's a lot of information. Um,
Those sound like the same sort of the same reasons for absence seizures that they would, or that I recall being told for my focal to generalized.
Yeah.
Are absence are I have been under the impression that absence seizures are all generalized seizures. Do you know if that's true?
I saw something different where, yeah, I think I saw something where there's basically like three types of main, where it's focal and like focal motor or something like that. Then there's generalized and absence, and then there's unknown and absent. And I feel like the unknown is where complex partials will come in.
Everybody's body is different, and we're not doctors.
Please take medication as prescribed.
Please take your medication as prescribed.
I'm about
Right.
to go to bed.